Hello! We are alive. Slight technical difficulties. Cool. Well, good to be back. We had an off week. Hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Only real thing to mention before we jump into the session for tonight is that we have 2 people missing tonight. Gurgle or Paul is not going to be here tonight, and neither will one of the Johns, Little John, who is Kane. Ego has a Santa hat on. Apparently, Ego does have a Santa hat on. But yeah, with that, we're actually just going to jump back into our session for the evening, which last week you guys had, after successfully having departed from the Molten Crown, you guys entered into the Cube of the Infinite. You explored a couple possibilities and then ended up interacting. Whoop, sorry, Justin's about to knock stuff over. He's walking across the stream. You guys had explored a couple possibilities and then unleashed one of the seals on what appeared to be on this gatekeeper within the graveyard. You guys have made a tentative plan to, instead of just releasing the gravekeeper immediately and having effectively entropy reinitiated fully, instead you've decided that maybe it'd be better to go out through and kill off gods one by one, effectively lessening the blow or at least spreading it out. From there, after finalizing the plan, you had a little bit of downtime, but ended up making your way to Zinderhold. A group of you arrived first and had a slight altercation with the group that has actually challenged you, specifically seat 14. Tiku had we'll say an altercation with who appeared to be the Minotaur leader before either offending him or impressing him. There was a little bit of debate on the way that actually was received, but they said they were looking forward to the fight, not before calling Razu a coward for putting it off for 2 weeks instead of being ready to fight immediately. That said, the fight was scheduled for a week off. You guys made your way to the quarters that had been prepared for you by your sponsor and interacted with two individuals. Cram, who is the servant who is effectively assigned to the 13th seat of Zinderhold, who is effectively your hostess, taking care of your home, and in all retrospects, unless she wants to void her contract, legally bound and obligated to serve you until her term has been completed. The other individual, who Tiku ended up having the most interaction with, even showing him some delectable desserts, Till, after some discussion and an exchange of goods for jewelry, decided that he would go off to see if he might be able to procure a better method, maybe some more customers, and really start to popularize or find a way to produce more of these wonderful desserts that Tiku could provide. That said, about a week later, figuring out that after realizing Till had not shown back up for that full week, a little bit, I believe, to try and help the worry of Cram, you sent out a messenger boy to figure out what might have happened to Till, and you were quickly informed that for whatever reason, Till has become a servant of the 14th seat. It seems that he was in looking for his ways to sell and continue to spread Tiku's desserts. He made it apparent that he was associated with the kobold, was the assumption that Zephyr had, and that they specifically took him for those means. The details of why that is, or what his actual contract is, you don't know. The only thing that you know is that if you wish to actually meet with him, you guys need to go down a floor, specifically to the Cubix sword. Yes, the Cubix sword. So with that, this would be, again, we still have a week till the next fight. You guys have just received word from the messenger boy, who was very shortly after very, very terrified and scared off via the interaction that he had with your party. So he has made a break for it, and you guys are now left at your inn. I suddenly forget the name of the inn. The Crimson Goblet, I believe. I'm pretty sure I'm getting that wrong. Sorry, my note has a problem. But with that, what do you guys do? The boy has run, and now you know where you need to go.
Pretty sure it's the Bloody Chalice.
I think it is. I do believe it is the Bloody Chalice. How do you guys wish to proceed?
How
many days out are we?
I need another stone.
You'd be about 6 days.
Which one?
Black.
Why?
'Cause I didn't know how they worked.
So,
You know they're kind of expensive, right?
What is money?
are we
It's
supposed to
fine.
stop that kid?
What?
Kane would actually respond to you because Kane was
Well-
trying to
Herb with his bloodshot eyes.
Kane was specifically trying to get him to was trying to interact with the boy and recruit him for more work. He says, no, we don't need to stop the kid. Ideally, we wouldn't have scared him, and maybe he could have collected a little bit more information for us. But now it seems that our best course of action
Oh, I'm
would...
sorry. I didn't mean to scare the kid.
I mean, it is what it is at this point. If we want to figure out what happened to the boy and maybe a little bit more about the individuals we are to fight, then I assume that we should just move to the Cubix sword.
Those assholes. Particularly the big asshole.
Are you really hurt by this?
He's mean. He took my kid. Yeah, I'm mad.
Wait, you own the
have a
kid?
child?
You have a
Your kid? Like,
Oh,
He was working for me.
congratulations. I didn't know you were a mother.
I think you fucked the wrong species.
Whoa, hey now, pump the brakes on that racism there.
What are you guys talking about?
Racism.
What is that?
Well, that's what Razu is, apparently. He doesn't believe in, like, interspecies relationships.
At this point, you guys do all notice that between scaring this kid off and having him run away screaming, and the conglomerate of species that you are, not only have you guys actually been started to give a wider berth outside of the Bloody Chalice, you guys are also drawing what effectively a lot of eyes. There's many people that are kind of looking back to you. There's still that same almost kind of fear that you saw from that Razu seems to be demanding as Razu's standing a little bit closer to the door.
I will continue to try and intimidate the people around me. Just baring my teeth, making eye contact.
As her make an intimidation check. As Herb attempts to intimidate these different individuals that are glancing at you.
It didn't work.
That's a total of 4.
A total of 4.
you just think he's like diseased.
You get like what a lot of people kind of like looking to Razu, and it is still very clear that similar to how Cram had reacted to Razu, there's many people who seem like not just intimidated, but almost seem fearful from Razu. As like anytime he meets their gaze, you see people like almost looking down, very visibly like averting their eyes from him. Whereas as they kind of avert his eyes from him, they almost like kind of stop on you as you like are snarling, just confused, walking in a direction. Like some of them bump into somebody else. A couple people seem to almost get hit in response to running into them, as yours seems a little bit less intimidating, maybe a bit more distracting.
Razu, when was the last time you were here?
Never.
How do you have the 13th seat if you never were here?
Because it was handed to me. Literally.
Yeah,
They literally handed you a seat?
You,
Wait, what?
you remember when you heard the
Conceptually.
rumors of me going God mode and stuff, right?
Yeah.
During that fight, the 13th seat had died and passed his title on to Razu.
Ew.
We didn't kill him. He died to the enemy.
Why
I'm
is everybody
pretty sure.
scared then?
I was just the closest proximity melee.
They probably
Oh
think he
my-
killed them.
Oh my goodness.
Gurgle.
Ra-
Sorry, go ahead.
Tiku.
Yeah.
Like, okay, think about this, alright? Like a turkey's a really big bird, right? And a chicken's not so big. Well, we can stuff that chicken inside that turkey and cook it. But then if we get like a a Cornish game hen. We stuff that in the chicken. Then we stuff that in the turkey. And then we can cook it. Probably have to fry it, deep fry it.
And maybe inside of a pig.
And we could put it inside a pig. Tiku.
We were very worried about Till. Gurgle at this point is going to come out of the bloody chalice, as it seems that he was watching or listening on from the inside. As what?
Oh, I'm just trying to think of where the other two are. So Gurgle's there.
So Kane is actually with you. He actually tried.
Right,
he was trying to get the kid to effectively continue to work for you, but he was scared off. That said, Gurgle, now exiting from the bloody chalice, who is still staying inside, as he was not here last time either, comes out and he says, "Well, I heard.
Holy shit, the Gurgle's here! Where do you come from?
I've been inside for almost the whole week.
Oh, when did he get
I've
here?
simply been scouting a little bit for the information."
Gurgle was in God Gilly with his grandpa.
Yeah, and he got picked up and arrived with Kane.
It's true.
In 10 days.
No. At the end of the week, that's how Kane is here. They arrived together. In fact,
Yeah.
Kane was the one who picked up Gurgle on his way here.
I'm aware. But I thought he was hanging out in Gongili for 10 days, and it's only been 7 days.
The answer is the plan changed a little bit.
Okay.
He came with Kane. You were right that it is a plan to discuss, but he came with Kane, which happened after the first week. So, back to the scene at hand. He says, "I've figured out a little bit more information, specifically about the Cubix sword." And he's just something... You could call it a fairly pleasant bar, which is a bit peculiar in this area. It seems that fighting isn't allowed in that place. Also, only those that are registered to fight can enter. I haven't figured out much more on that, as at the time it just didn't seem that prevalent, but I feel as if they picked the location on purpose of where they're staying.
So we can't... Wait, so we can't fight unless we...
You can't fight in the Cubix sword. It's a bar where fighting is against the rules.
So are they afraid of us?
So, but did we got other, games of competition? They got no darts or billiards or...
I haven't made my way in, but if you are not, if you all don't want to figure it out, I can go and investigate, and I can come back and report back to you.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it's a problem for us to go.
No, the cubic sword sounds like a good place for us to go investigate.
I mean, what are they gonna do? They can't attack us, apparently.
Yeah, I could go for a
Tiku needs to
scout.
find Till.
I mean, that's why we're going.
Yeah. Also, Tiku wants to punch the big Minotaur.
You can't punch the big Minotaur.
Can I chop his legs?
No.
Not in
What about
there.
his knees?
Not yet. Not until the fight.
Not until we fight, Tiku.
Are the rest of you even registered yet?
You
Yeah,
registered
we-
us
we-
with
You're
the
supposed to
sponsor.
register?
Yeah, but doesn't that have to have like a processing time? Is what he said?
We submitted the paperwork already. It's
Oh, we
just,
did?
It's just getting pushed through.
Yeah, my concept would be.
It's nothing we gotta worry about.
Yes, we're
But
all
only
registered.
people that are registered could enter the Cubix sword.
I
Okay, let's
don't think
go.
it's gonna be that big of an issue.
Probably not.
We've already submitted the paperwork. It's fine.
As a quick reminder for you, yes, you guys were all registered the moment you told the sponsor who was part of your group. You said, "Cool, I'll get them added to the roster. When do you want the fight?" And you scheduled it for 2 weeks out. You literally, as soon as you told your sponsor, who was all part of it, the only thing is, if you're making a substantial change to the roster, and this is probably what you're remembering, you must give an opponent
The ability to opt out.
a week's time to adjust, either to rescind their challenge or to adjust their roster in response to your adjusted roster.
Yeah, if we change our fight into we're just gonna bring the entire city of Zinderhold, not Zinderhold, Zaporkar, then they might be like, maybe not.
That would be very hard
Isn't there a
logistic wise.
All right, let's go.
in a single fight. Like, you could have an entire guild have a seat, but only 10 can be in a fight.
Depends on the fight.
Depends on the agreed upon.
The answers, the
Lord,
parameters of fights get set up
Are there like tag team
During the fight.
matches?
when the challenge is issued.
Okay.
Well, sounds like we have nothing better to do.
Or is there,
Again,
like,
if you don't want to go, I can go investigate it myself.
we got some like TLC
I
matches?
mean, I think Tuku wants to go.
Tiku's already going. You guys are falling behind.
Tiku has now made her way into the crowd.
Tiku's very worried about her child,
Hey.
apparently.
Make a this would be. I'm going to say
Survival.
history check. Where it is no survival. Survival would be a good one.
survival's typically
As you are now
pretty good.
navigating through the city.
I'm gonna hurry.
If
I
you
get
are
advantage
proficient-
because I've been here before. I
I'm
spent
gonna-
a while cooking here.
Is she familiar with the area we're going to?
You actually would be familiar with the area you're going to, so I will actually give you a survival check. You're not familiar with the Cubix sword specifically. That's likely new from the last time you were here.
So advantage.
Yes, I will give you advantage due to the fact that context for the stream, while during the whole Zinderhold arc, or sorry, Zoprakar arc,
Wait.
Tiku was actually here.
I don't think she needs it, but I'm just giving it to her. Oh, shit. It's good guidance.
24.
24. Tiku is immediately walking. She has picked a direction and seems to have firm purpose on where she's going, and she started to leave you. Gurgle
I'm
and
watching for
Kane are
pickpockets,
both.
obviously.
Well,
Not like I have any money, but they'll get spices if they get anything.
Gurgle, almost like ducking into the crowd, says, I'm going to come too, but I'm not going to enter with you. I'm going to see if maybe I can figure out a little bit more details on the guild itself, and more importantly, the group we're going to fight.
I'm going to
Don't
rush after them, just to people through the crowd on my way.
don't make any trouble without us then.
No, I'm going to the bar with you. I just won't enter with you. I'm going to see if I can't sneak in, or maybe fit in with a different group, get an idea of maybe what people think about us, as well as see if I can gather information on the 14th seat.
I would repeat that. Don't make any trouble.
No promises. And then he's gonna dash into the crowd.
Like, most of the time when Gurgle splits off, something happens.
He is split off.
Who is good at talking?
Kane is happy to stay with you.
I'm okay at talking.
Who's our most charismatic person?
By the way, John, as I know you're in the stream, if you ever want your Kane to do something specific, feel free to type it out.
Is
and
it
tell me.
Kane?
I have a 12.
It might not be Kane.
I don't know if Kane has.
Sorry.
Higher
Well,
charisma.
what's your persuasion?
Oh,
It was probably Gurgle.
I don't.
Gurgle's
plus
persuasion.
1.
Gurgle is gone. Kane has stayed with you. Gurgle has made his way to the Cubix sword.
I have a plus 4.
I'm a +5.
Okay, and then Kane has a plus.
I can also force
You said
advantage.
persuasion.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
That's most applicable, I think, in this case.
I can also force advantage.
That or intimidation. Intimidation might work. But-
0.
0, yeah. I didn't think he did have good ones.
Okay.
That means Zephyr and Dross are doing all the talking.
What's your intimidation?
We need.
My intimidation? It's plus 4.
Okay, +4 as well. Okay.
What are we gonna make the terms? We need 2, but I don't know how to get him.
I assume you guys are going with TQ based on continuing to talk to her.
It sounds like we need to go talk to him and offer collateral for the battle.
What's our collateral?
I forget her name.
Crab.
Are we actually offering Carl?
Cram, right?
Crab.
Cram.
Cram.
If you're talking about your host,
Yeah.
the hostess of the 13th
I
seat,
mean,
yes.
that's the only thing we can really use for collateral, I think. Because we can't.
Wait,
we can't get another one.
use Cram as collateral?
She already offered. And do you think we're gonna lose?
Well, but I don't think she had any choice.
We have black stones. We can talk.
She
She-
definitely did.
I think this is her way of fighting for him as well. She wants to do her part.
As a quick reminder is there as well. Cram offered
Yeah.
for you to wager her.
Right. Okay.
So they're the 14th seat. They're below us, right?
I still don't like it. I still think that there should be a better way. We shouldn't have to trade lives.
But we have nothing
So-
else to trade.
Well, hold on there. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I mean,
would you prefer we trade ourselves?
I can make some mean brats.
Are you talking about marijuana?
No, brats.
It's food.
Bratwursts? Sausages?
Yeah, you do that. Let's see how that goes.
Where are you getting the meat?
Well, I mean, we could just go get some elk.
Yeah, the elk that's made out of the bodies. All over,
There's.
in fact.
I mean, don't
It's actually
disgusting. There's
free.
a whole forest out there.
No, there's not.
like look out, just desert. Where?
There's some.
You would know for
there's-
sure, TQ. There's like no wildlife around here.
There's
The only
gotta be
wildlife that's
something
that's
out
there is usually wildlife that's brought in to fight.
Or like garden.
No,
like
you're right.
gardens.
There's a forest
Yeah.
of bodies and a river of blood.
So
Y'all are
So,
just being a bunch
So
of
Kane
negative
is going to say
Nancy's.
something. So Kane at this point says,
Quick.
"We may not need to offer up as collateral. You can just I believe we can force them to offer them up as they're the lowest seat than us. We have the position of power here.
Unless
And yes,
Unless we want something from them.
That's what I was going to ask about, actually. So. continue.
yes, we are in the position to negotiate here. We may not have to offer her up right off the bat. The only reason that we would have to even offer something else other than the ability to challenge us, wouldn't that just be specifically for him? So why would we offer Cram immediately without asking what
Oh,
they
actually-
want?
Yeah. Okay. So in my because I spent a lot of time like learning about how the procedures work and stuff. So I figured I should know this. In the event that a lower seat loses, what typically happens to them?
So
normally?
in the event,
or they just maintain their 13th seat, nothing.
no.
Unless there's
No,
They
don't
lose
they
their
become our
seat.
servants?
so
The loser of a seat match always loses their seat, and then so if for example, if
So
you guys
like
beat the
unranked?
14th seat, they will lose their station entirely. 15th will rank up to 14th, and
Everybody
whoever
will rank up.
Everyone ranks up to the loser.
and then they have to work back into it.
Yes.
Okay.
A single fight loses your seat. So if you want to, for example, make your way to the 5th seat, you can't lose. You have to win every match. It's also why people are usually in the top 15. And this is another thing you would have learned during your research. Seats challenging each other in the top 15 is very rare when they're challenging up the pecking order, because they know if they lose, they have to start over. And even though they had the power, they would still be mocked. Like, even people weaker than them would still be inclined to mock them.
Okay.
One caveat to that. That's the baseline for the rules. All rules of a competition can be set
Oh, yeah,
before
yeah,
the battle,
yeah.
though. That is just...
we still discuss terms. Yeah.
yeah, but
I was just wanting to know what the baseline was.
the baseline is that you lose your seat.
Okay.
But as someone challenging someone higher, they need to usually throw in something more, because then losing a lower class seat doesn't mean anything unless they offended them greatly or
Typically,
something.
the answer is yes. However, you would maybe even figure this out as maybe a mistake that was made. Razu already accepted the challenge without forcing them to stake something. If you remember back a while ago when you guys actually received the challenge and effectively got the vision via the coin, Razu immediately decided to accept the challenge in order to not be viewed as a coward, did not demand any kind of collateral. And so while that is normally the case, the challenge has now been accepted.
So we can't
Well,
make them force up.
I mean,
Unless you could somehow convince them
maybe
to
it's been
alter
accepted.
the terms of the bet. If you guys wanted to change the outcome of, like, what do we get if we win, what do you get if you win, at this point, effectively, your negotiating power is in turmoil a little bit.
well,
because
it's more of a, if we can, like, hey, like, you did something shitty, we want to renegotiate the terms, we want to do this for this, we're already giving you a bone by not asking for more out of you from charge, like going after our higher seat, right? Like, there's some, yeah.
We changed
I
our
got it.
roster, so
It's fine. We'll talk
We
to him
probably
about
need
it.
to negotiate a little already, but
We're,
yeah.
we're
okay.
good.
Okay, so at this point, making our way to the Cubix sword, right? So we're going down a floor, making our way to the Cubix sword with Tiku to guide, actually, due to her previous experience just knowing the area. Okay, so again, individuals, while at first pickpocketing individuals, almost like shoving you out of the way, things like that, were initially something that you kind of dealt with a little bit here. Over the course of the week, with seemingly just mainly with Razu's presence, it seems that at least on these lower floors, individuals don't seem to want to interact with you guys, to the point that if you see someone, like, you almost make like a subtle movement, like you're gonna ask them or something like that, they almost seem to purposely avoid you, almost excessively so. Even with what Razu has been doing to make an intimidating name for himself over the week, he either did a really, really good job, or the amount of avoidance that's happening with your group is maybe a little bit high. With that, you're able to make it to the Cubix sword without any kind of incident, as again, it's almost without even interaction, as these individuals seem to be, again, giving you a very wide berth. The Cubix sword itself, as you've made your way down to, the lower floor, is the door itself seems to just be a massive square structure. It is not rounded at all, to the point that the edges are like, you could trip, and if you hit an edge, it would likely be like a bloody cut where you would hit. The edges look extremely jagged, and instead of the typical almost like browns and grays that the stonework and then the metal is made out of here in Zinderhold, this structure seems to be made out of something that's like a silver metallic substance. As you kind of come up to the building, the door, or where normally would be a door, that is, there is instead just an outline surrounded with what appears to be some kind of runic or arcane symbols. You would definitely recognize these as arcane symbols, similar to what the arcane lock spell would do, but seems to actually seal the entrance shut instead. It's just kind of like naturally for you, Tiku, as this is a new structure to you. You haven't seen this, and you come up and you touch it, expecting the hard stone or metal substance that is most of Zinderhold. It's malleable. As you touch it, your finger almost slightly sinks. Not to an excessive level, like you can't sink your whole hand, but just like to where you push it in and almost like just bends in a bit. And pull out, and it almost seems to reverberate slightly past. And move back.
It's springy.
What does that mean?
Springy.
Oh, so you haven't seen this before?
No.
As Tiku kind of poking it,
Is it alive?
you continue to poke it, and as you're kind of like on the right side of what is this square entrance, worth noting, the building kind of almost looks like you're looking at one side of a cross, before the two sides of it seem to go back into the wall. This is the only semblance of an entrance that you seem to see, and as you keep poking it, you're like, is it alive? The wall just off the corner from you, almost to the point that you don't even notice it at first, but Zephyr, you being a little bit back, and you two as well, immediately notice the wall itself almost seems to, in about 3 feet tall, almost a section of it seems to peel off and breaks off into what quickly becomes a cat-like creature.
Holy shit, you guys seen that?
The silver, almost like metallic substance that makes this building starts to take form. You see what appears to be almost the head of a panther. Its skin quickly goes from that silver metallic substance to a deep, deep black. As it almost really gets to the point where it's finishing its form, off of its back, multiple tendrils seem to and almost like grow out to where it has 6 separate tendrils off of the back of it that all seem to start to wrap around it and move around in a pattern.
Seriously, guys, are you seeing this?
The creature seems to, as soon as it actually seems to take form, it almost opens its eyes like it's woken up and immediately turns. You
Just, like,
saying
holding
hello.
Just holding my shield, like, hello?
As you say hello, and it looks to you, and you now see its eyes. Its eyes don't look normal. It almost looks like a bee's eye, where it has multiple different almost like multiple different.
Creepy.
It looks more
Multifaceted.
almost octagonal. It's got edges to the eyes, and as you look at them, it very much so seems to have almost reflections. You can see yourself in what is the dozen separate, almost small fragments
Guys, I
of this
think I
eye.
smoke too much.
As you say hello, almost like kind of was that like drawing a weapon?
Yeah, I'm like pulling my shield out, like getting ready to like defend myself.
As you pull the shield out, one of the tendrils off of its back, almost kind of like moving, seems to snap towards you, and what almost looks like a fly trap at the top of it opens up, revealing small jagged teeth, and what is what looks to be a feline, almost yellow with a black slit eye as it looks towards you.
What the hell?
And you hear in your head at this point, "What business have you with this sword?" At this point, four of the other six tendrils, lock on each of you, including Kane.
We're here to. What's the other group? Or 13th seat. We're here to speak with the 13th seat.
I thought
Yes,
this
you're
was where we
talking
were
to
just
yourself.
going to get
We're
a
the
drink,
13th.
a
We're the
stout or
14th seat.
something.
14th
Isn't
seat.
this
We're
a
the 13th
bar?
Sorry, I'm mixed up. Yeah. For some reason, I think we were the 12th.
No, you're good. You're the 13th.
We're the 13th. Okay.
Fourth.
We're here to speak with the 14th seat.
The two remaining eyes that have not locked on to any of you, or sorry, the one remaining eye, apologies, seems to almost start to look around like it's seeking something, looking for something. And it goes, "Is there not 6?
Were we all
Of
supposed to
your-
come at once?
The eye, as it continues to look around, I'm actually going to have one of you guys roll for this. I'm gonna have you roll for it, and as I have you guys roll, I'll be having you guys roll for Kane and Gurgle. You're going to be rolling a stealth check for Gurgle.
Advantage or anything?
I do not believe Gurgle has advantage. I'm double checking real quick. Actually, no, he does because of his cloak. I'm double checking real quick. Hold that thought. I had Kane and Gurgle pulled up, and then my computer did something weird.
Wait, where'd King go? King come?
Kane is with you.
Okay.
Kane is with you.
Okay. I believe one
yes,
of
he has
our
advantage.
members wanted to speak with some other people.
15 on the die. I think is a plus 17.
He has a plus 12. And as it continues to look around and goes, "Very well. A fight is registered." And all 6 of the eyes that are currently locked on each of you seem to close, and almost in response to each of these eyes closing, as they don't all close at the same time, the runes on this entrance to the cubic sword start to light up in rapid succession. Just choo, 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 choo. And as soon as each of the runes is lit up, the outline of what appears to be the door, you hear almost like a click, just. And you kind of like draw your attention to it. You can very much so see there's like a crack. It looks to be a door now.
Where we go in? Well, there's no fighting inside, correct?
That's
Yes. Almost like seemingly in response to you saying fight, you notice all the eyes from all the eyes that are looking at your companions all turn and are now starting to look at you, as you now have all 6 of these eyes locked on you.
I don off my shield, put it back.
Do we even want to go in there?
We're
I
already
mean,
here.
we
As
should
I
be
open the
fine.
door.
Yeah, Roger just reaches out, grabs it, and as the handle has now appeared and you open up the door, you're immediately greeted by what is the sound, almost, this very much so, is like the sounds of almost a casino. You can hear the clanging of coins, even from outside. It almost seems to, the coins themselves almost seem to be louder than everything else, in fact. Like you can somehow not only make out the sound of coins hitting a table, but numbers start to immediately flash through your head. You hear a fall of coins and immediately know that was the sound of 32 gold hitting the table. You hear another sound, and again, you can suddenly count the gold that's in there.
What is
And
32?
you,
What the hell?
Numbers.
each of you
I
needs to
am
make
way
a wisdom
too
saving
high
throw.
to be here.
Each of you needs to make a
Tickle's
wisdom
having
saving
many
throw. I'm
numbers
gonna have
in
you
her
roll for
head.
yourself, and then once for Kane as well. This is magical effect, yes.
James writing.
I got a dirty 20.
Oh, pretty
You got a
high.
20? Okay, it's a success.
Kane got an 11.
Kane got an 11 plus
We're all rolling this, right?
9.
He
Jubas.
got a dirty 20.
Yes, everyone needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
21.
21.
10.
10 is actually still a success at this point.
18.
18. Okay. So all of you immediately feel an inclination and almost like a desire towards the gold. And all of you are quickly able to almost like play it off of like, oh no, I don't need gold that much. Especially for you, Tiku, you're like, gold. I don't need gold. But for a moment, there's this draw to that sound. Almost to the point that you yourself, like, it's almost like you have a sudden want to almost like pour your coins on the table, if nothing else, just to hear the sound again. With that, as it does not seem to have any other effect,
Gold coin ASMR.
the sound of coins, still loud and still audible enough that you can
Did
not
Gurgle
only
make his
hear.
saving throw?
He did, yes. So I'm going to roll for Gurgle until he's actually with you guys. But again, the sound of the coins is still weirdly present enough, and you can seemingly understand whether it's copper, silver, platinum. You not only know how many coins are hitting the table when you hear that sound or being put down, you also know what kind of coin it is. Don't know how. It's almost as if gold has a slightly maybe duller sound as it hits the table, as opposed to silver or bronze, which is a little bit heavier. Platinum, which is an extremely light.
As an experiment, I pull out like 3 silver and just drop it on the floor.
As you drop the 3 silver on the floor, you don't even hear them hit.
They're still on the floor. Okay. I just pick them up.
You reach out and pick them up. Looking inside,
Put them away.
it just seems to be a longer hallway where you see at the end of the hallway there almost appears to be 2 statues. They both seem to be made out of that same almost like metallic substance that this structure is made out of. And it is 2 more statues of those same cat-like creatures. These ones have many more tendrils off the back of them. When I say many more, I mean maybe 50 to 100 individual, tiny, small strands, almost looking like a porcupine's back. And you only notice that these are, in fact, those same tendrils when you notice the slight movements, as each of these tendrils seems to be locked on what is a bit further than that, many, many tables full of individuals seemingly playing different games.
I think someone has a fetish.
Is there a bar?
Tiku thinks this is how
Very much
dragons
so.
I was
feel.
just gonna look in and be like, oh, they got beer.
Filled with tentacles.
No, like dragons, like can hear every single coin like this. It's so weird.
We're not fighting no dragon, are we?
Herb, as he kind of calls back to you, is now walking into this bar. Another thing you notice is, as you have been looking inside and your attention seems to have been supernaturally drawn, as you look back to kind of see what this cat-like creature on the outside, it is gone. Wherever it was, if it fused back with the building or where it might have gone, you have no idea. It is seemingly completely vanished.
Thank you for letting us in. And continue.
Okay.
It's like he's being nice to the AI guys. So it doesn't kill us later.
It's
Destroy
only funny because of
all
the Thanksgiving
mortals.
conversation we had with our mom. Okay, so Herb has already started to make his way in. Are you guys going to follow with him?
Oh yeah. I said I started walking in after saying thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for not killing us.
Tiku suddenly knows that there's too many coins, and Tiku does not have enough claws and toes.
If you decide to take over the planet, let me know. I will serve you. Sorry.
Again, only funny because of the conversations we had at Thanksgiving. That said, as you guys enter inside, you see many tables full of a grand gathering of many different races. There, as you kind of had gone in, you now see there's a
music.
stage off to the right. Past scars. There's a stage off to the right where it seems that individuals are currently performing music. A bard playing a lute, another on a flute, one lightly singing, almost more so humming, that is, a melody. The tables filled with, again, many different races. However, it is noteworthy the majority of them, or the biggest portion of races that you see, there's a good dozen or two good dozen or two dwarves in here that in particular seem to be maybe a little bit more jovial in how they're interacting. They have more alcohol. The expanse of what very much so appears to be almost a gambling ring that you have entered into. A gambling ring meeting, almost intersecting with a tavern. There's the stage on the right, there's performers. The stage on the left, there is there's more performers. These individuals are instead dancing. Worth noting, the stage on the left, every individual dancing on stage is a tabaxi, all of which seem to have black fur, and then almost like a leopard, dotted, an extra dotted color. The only thing that changes is what that color is. One has what appears to be almost like white specks. One has what appears to be orange. One has yellow, and then one has almost like a gray. It's you don't even see the color demonstration quite as much on that one unless you focus on it.
There's a couple of fetishes in here: tentacles and cat people.
Looking towards the bar, which you have now made your way to, Herb. The individual standing behind the bar seemingly towers over the bar. It looks much too small for what is very clearly a Goliath, standing at about 8 feet tall, the table only being at about a 5-foot height. There are bar stools kind of lined in front of him. There's a couple individuals sitting at the bar, but the grand majority seem to be sitting at tables being served drink and wine while playing different games. This Goliath kind of looking down to you goes, I don't think I recognize you.
Oh,
I feel like you almost went Australian.
I'm with the Cubix Ascenders.
The Cubix Ascenders.
Oh yeah, we're what seat are we? We're like seat number 3. I yell back at you guys. What seat are we?
No, 13.
13. We're the 13th seat.
As you call out 13, he hits the table twice, just loudly, as he just... And while the music doesn't stop, that sound of coins pauses for a moment. And almost in response to that, there's like a confusion that washes across this bar. As they all kind of like look up and he goes, "It seems we have guests of honor here," and places his hand on his chest, and he actually almost like bows down to his chest, almost touching the table, very clearly leaning over the table as he then looks to the right.
I touch his head like, "And you're blessed."
He does not seem to react to it, but as he stands up, he takes his hand off his chest and he gestures up into the right of him. And looking up into the right of him, you see an impossible picture. You see what appears to be Dalaran standing amongst yourselves, all of you included, although a Minotaur in your midst rather than Herb. You seem to be standing in a throne room. Zephyr himself, seemingly larger than normal, he almost seems to be bleeding a red almost kind of mist. You're able to make a connection that maybe it should be lightning, but the painting wasn't quite done. The red almost seems a little bit smeared. You're standing over top what appears to be a humanoid. You don't know exactly who it is. You are standing over top of him. Tiku has chopped off the bottom part of one of his legs and seems to be pulling it away, a pot in the corner of the picture. Razu is holding a coin, and as you kind of think about it and you see the individual currently being stepped on, the humanoid on the ground reminds you of the Goliath that you had met previously. Zephyr didn't quite remember the individual just off of a glance, but you having the thought and looking at the picture of the throne room immediately get the impression that is your party standing victorious over the previous 13th seat's body.
I'm looking at like,
Chico, was it
sure,
there?
that's how it went.
You guys actually ate him?
At this point, the Goliath gesturing towards the picture, he says, "It is a pleasure to interact with those that brought down the Stormfoot. Tell me, was it even a challenge for you? The stories are..." Well, and he kind of like gestures his hands up and has a broad, beaming smile. He says, "Well, they were inspiring, to say the least. It prompted me to make this place for you."
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, this would be a great story for Zephyr to tell over a round of drinks and some greasy bar food.
Well, yes. He seems confused as he looks at you and he
He's
goes,
new.
"It is still one of you, though."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marvelous. And he reaches down. And as he reaches down, he hits the table almost on the way down, and the sound of coins start to fall again. No one actually seemed to really acknowledge you too much, but you do notice there's a few eyes that are now drawn to you from around the room. In fact, as you kind of quickly taking a glance, noticing it, these eyes that have been drawn to you around the room are not only drawn to you, but also gesturing for seats at their tables to come and join them to play games. Whether or not this is in response to whatever this patron did, or they also seem to like you, hard to know. But you seem to have many different seats that are offering free drink, free food, entering in a hand at no cost for the first one, just to be able to play with you. And these are now being called out to you consistently. With that, the Goliath in front of you pulls, rather than grabbing like a glass, instead reaches down and just grabs a larger keg from beneath the bar and just sets it on its side. The lid, the spigot on this keg, where normally you'd likely put it on like either a stand or something so you could use it. He instead now pulls out 4 separate glasses and smashes the edge off the keg to where it starts to spill way more than is needed to fill up these 4 glasses, kind of spilling over the table, some spilling to the floor.
What is my kind of place?
The smell of this mead is immediately, is strong. The alcohol content of this mead is likely much higher than your standard booze that you would get from a bar. As he kind of like pours and fills what is massive glasses, is close to the size of our steins, maybe if not a little bit bigger, filling them full and overflowing with whatever this intensely strong mead is. You also notice that even though he seems to be pouring and he's very clearly spilling, the cups he's continuing to pour the alcohol in and they're not overflowing as much as they should. These cups almost seem not bottomless, but deceiving to look at. In fact, for you, Herb, as you're kind of sitting at the table and you're kind of like excited as he finishes this large keg now emptied mainly into these 4 glasses, and you pick up this glass as you bring it a little bit closer to your face and you look at it. It almost looks as if you're looking into like a swimming pool where you can see all the way to the other end. In fact, even looking at the Goliath in front of you, he almost seems a little bit more small, like distant. At first, it almost appears to be a weird optical illusion, but after assuming wanting to drink some of it,
Oh yeah.
So as you take your first glass and the sheer volume and how full these are, a bit of it spilling down from your face, and as you go to put it down, despite some of it spilling down your face and taking what was a fairly large drink, it is still brimming. Does not seem to have really diminished, maybe but a slight amount off the top of it. The ale is actually fairly sweet, all things considered, with the smell. It is almost as if it has the flavor of almost like charcoaled honey in some kind of a tea. It actually is not quite to what you would normally expect from a booze. Huh. It is much more of like a strong, almost like Irish tea or Irish chocolate almost. With that, Herb, now having taken a drink, the Goliath gestures to the rest of you and he points to the glasses and he says, "Please, my friends, I must hear of some of your escapades. That is, after all, the inspiration of why I live. Please," and he gestures to the bar in front of him. Very clearly wanting you to take seats.
In a moment, am I safe to cast a spell here as long as it's not dangerous? Like, nothing, like the walls aren't going to come in and attack me, all right?
He seems a little cautious, and he says,
you're not casting an offensive spell, right? You're casting
No.
"The main thing is going to be the intent. You see, the Watchers," and he gestures to these 2 cat-like creatures. And in this moment, as you look over, you notice, even though they have dozens and dozens of tendrils on their back, it is still clear that one of them is looking at each of you.
Okay, what are those?
The intent is perfectly innocent, so...
You should be fine then. The Watchers are...
I'm going to speed ritual cast, detect poisons and disease.
Okay.
It lasts 10 minutes and concentration. So just to give specifics of the poison part, because I wasn't sure. So I'm just going to read the spell. So you sense the location of poison and poisonous or venomous creatures and magical contagions within 30 feet of yourself. You sense the kind of poison, creature, or contagion in each case. So obviously I'm going to detect poison with alcohol, right? But it's alcohol, right?
Okay.
But if there's anything more to it, then I should be able to determine that.
Okay. So
Spells also blocked by 1 foot of stone, dirt, wood, or 1 inch of metal, or a thin sheet of lead.
Okay.
So normal.
first thing you notice, there's a decent amount of poisons throughout the room. Even just standing here, just in like closer proximity, because what's the radius on it?
It's 30 feet.
30 feet, yeah.
Off.
So yeah, no, because that actually would get you through most of this open room, which also worth noting, there's 2 additional hallways. They both have that similar kind of almost stonework door, where it's like you can see the runic outline of a door, but don't know how you would go further back. But there is very clear 2 different ways to leave out of this almost half-cross room. With that being the case, something worth noting, the alcohol likely is poisonous. Not in like a poison, in of like this is such a strong concentration of alcohol that this would be almost like drinking rubbing alcohol with the amount of concentration that's in it.
Yeah, I'm just making sure anything we eat or drink isn't gonna like.
It's not gonna this kind of poison wouldn't kill you. However, you would know that, like, for example, for yourself, having, if I'm not mistaken, you rework. What's your Constitution score?
I have a +2.
+2. Okay, so you would know. Even a single drink into this, you would likely, if you were to finish a single glass, not compensating for the fact that those glasses seem to hold more liquor than they should, a single glass of one of those would likely be enough to get you drunk enough that you'd have a pretty bad hangover the next day.
But I'm not detecting like purple worm poison or
no. There's a few other poisons, largely what appear to be some different versions of like sleep potions, sleep poisons, things like that are throughout the room being used at different tables. The drink that he has just poured for you, though, simply seems to be a very, very potent alcohol.
I go to like look at where I'm detecting like the sleep poisons. I'm like,
the first table you're drawn to is a dwarf who seemingly is smiling and almost like swaying as he's drinking the glass that has it in it. The 2 individuals sitting across from him, one appears to be almost very much so looks to be kind of like a shifty elf, a little bit smaller in stature. The individual to his right, a gnome who is grinning ear to ear as he smiles. You notice there are many teeth missing from his mouth.
I turn to the guy. I think that guy's gonna get robbed.
He looks over towards him and says, "As long as no hostile intent happens within the cubic sword."
What does hostile intent mean?
Can I?
But I think that
Harm physically?
but I think they poisoned him.
He smiles, and the smile almost seems a little bit confused by your question, or like he doesn't know how to answer it. And he says, "I don't determine what is hostile. The Watchers know." And he again gestures to these 2 cat-like creatures that, back facing you, still have tendrils, seemingly watching the entire bar.
What happens if their intent is to rob him after they leave?
Tiku's gonna think.
If they do it on the grounds, they won't leave.
Well,
Outside the cubic sword, there are many atrocities that happen. I
if
can
we saw-
only keep you safe in my midst.
yeah, we
As
saw
he-
the rivers of blood. We get that.
So, 2 things. Firstly, I'd insight check him.
You can insight check
18.
him. Go for it.
18 for the insight check.
All right, guys.
So insight check, you would not roll and then tell me you insight check him. You got an 18. If you want to insight check him, you roll after you tell me you got an insight.
6.
Okay. Guy actually seems enthralled to see you.
Okay, and then is there a watcher watching him?
Make a perception check. This is going to be difficult because, again, they have dozens upon dozens and you are standing near him. But you can make it. The only 2 watchers that you see are those 2 that seem to almost be like stationary, almost guards. I'd say you could have Kane make one as well, as I feel like he would also be interested in that. So what'd you get for yourself?
I got 11 for myself.
Yeah, he said Kane's going to assist. 11 for you. Go ahead and roll for Kane. We're just going to have Kane do an individual one because this is much higher.
8 on the die.
8 on the die, so he's got a 17. You and Kane are both pretty sure the answer to the question is yes, but it's really hard to tell. it definitely looks like there's a tendril for everyone. And in like the quick estimation as you're kind of going through and counting them, it seems like the number of tendrils on their back seem to be very close to the number of individuals inside as you kind of take a quick glance at a room full of what appears to be 60 or so individuals.
So are these your pets?
Oh, no. The Watchers are no one's pets. They are, or I guess it would be more accurate to say he is simply my friend. As he kind of lowering his hand a little bit and kind of tips his head down, you notice one of the cat-like creatures at the edge almost like kind of picks its head up, almost like a pet that's name has been called. It picks its head up and then moves back to normal.
So I have an idea, but what does the Watcher get out of this?
You know, I've been long trying to figure that out. You see, it's only fair to share a story or two with you. The Watcher saved me. Not long after I believe you made your way into Zupraka, there were creatures that you fought. I'm sure you don't remember, but when you first arrived, there was an individual who lost a fight with those monsters to register with the guild there. That was myself. And while I was able to live, those creatures likely would have killed me. They dragged me back into the holes, into their pits, and while I normally would have been eaten alive by those creatures, the Watchers saved me and informed me of the heroes that sent him to me. And again, kind of like smiling, gesturing to each of you. Very clearly, the implication that you were the ones who sent the Watcher.
And he was talking about something that happened in Zinderhold?
Make a history check.
No, like he literally just said it. Like,
Zabrakar.
this happened in Zupraka, is what he's saying.
I'm like, who's this?
Make a history
Watcher?
check, though. Do that, Razu.
Okay.
Because you're one of the few people who was actually...
Can't go recalling that shit.
Okay. We sent this Watcher? What?
22.
22? You do remember a Goliath. When you first arrived at Zupraka and you were registering as adventurers, alchemists, or priests, depending on which one, you guys had stood over a pit with the warden. And you saw a Goliath lose to a cat-like creature. It didn't look like that. But you saw a Goliath lose and get dragged in, assuming that he was dead. You had asked the warden, and he warned you that sometimes that happens. Never gave another thought to it. That said, as you look at as this Goliath now in front of you, a little bit bigger, no longer standing above him, looking down into a pit, instead standing below him, looking up to him, this individual who you can notice that on his right hand, his ring finger seems like it was bitten off at a part. You see a portion of his arm, there's bite marks, scars on his arm. As the individual himself, worth noting, he is shirtless, as many scars up the side of his arm, and the biggest one being on his shoulder. Kenku recall, allowing you to almost better paint the picture in your head. You even remember the cat-like creature biting his shoulder and dragging him out of the arena.
Okay. I gotta roll an insight check on this guy.
Go for it.
Because I want to try to figure out if he honestly thinks this is true or he's just fucking with us.
Go for it.
Oh, not great. Not great. It's probably gonna be.
But the problem is that happened
Yeah,
before we were the
that's-
Cubix Ascenders.
That's a 4.
The math ain't checking out.
That's a 4.
4?
Well, he could have learned about our name later.
Seems pretty
yeah,
genuine.
but I'm saying we didn't have a name.
He
At the
does seem
time.
very genuine, and in fact, not only does he seem genuine, he is the kind of genuine that it's almost like infectious. The amount of joy that he has. Is there maybe a slight potential that the joy is because he's fucking with you? There's a little bit of doubt there. However, this is very much so, almost like the contagious joy of someone meeting a movie actor that they've long since loved and looked up to.
Or do you have a seat or anything?
No, I couldn't begin to. As he looks down at his hand and the scars on his arm, he says, "I don't have the skills or
Second.
the."
Oh,
Second question.
there now, bud.
Second question: how'd you make it up to this floor?
And this one he doesn't seem quite as happy about, although he keeps a broad smile across his face. He says, I largely have the Watchers to credit for that. I have found my way through a fight or two in the pits, but it is hard-pressed to say that I fought. I enlisted is the wrong help. I accepted the help sent to me by my saviors, and I was able to quickly make a name for myself and make a safe place for fun and for friends.
My brain can't handle this right now.
I would.
Have you seen it? Have you
I
seen it?
look at a watcher. I use the message spell. I do have it.
Oh, I'm just
As
gonna.
I point to the watcher,
So, who hired you to tell him that?
As Arazu kind of like looks towards the front, looks towards the cat, and you guys kind of just like all seeing it. Arazu, as you look towards and you ask, waiting for a message back, the cat's head seems to turn back towards you, and where you saw what was like almost like a dozen almost different fractals to the eye, you see even at a good distance away, this thing's about 30 feet, you can make out hundreds, if not thousands, of different individual ones. And you notice that in each one of these, you look slightly different. You almost, in a moment, find yourself...
like alternate realities?
You almost immediately find yourself almost drawn to one where you can see in its eye as it looks at you.
We're meeting the real life.
The real you. You see the current situation with you and your friends. You notice there's a couple of them where fights break out. And specifically in each one, you watch how fast this creature, whatever it is, in what is a almost incomparable way, incomprehensible way for you, seems to instantly end you immediately upon taking hostile intent. While expecting an answer as you find yourself looking into these eyes, you're instead met with what is a low-pitched hum in your head. It goes on for about 5 seconds before it stops.
We're
We're gonna
meeting.
need to talk later, Zephyr.
We're meeting the real life.
For you guys, as he says that, as you look to Razu, he says, we're going to need to talk later, and you look at him, the bloodshot nature of his eyes is gone. In fact, they're completely, not white, but almost colorless. It, again, almost incomprehensible. It's almost as if you can see into his head through his eyes. Before almost
Razu's?
like... Sorry, one
Like
more time.
Razu's?
Yes, and like very much so, almost to the point that they're like translucent, transparent, where you can almost, you swear you can see back into his head. It's almost like you're looking into not black but a void. And then you like kind of blink and his eyes are normal.
I get real close before it goes. Makes sense.
You don't notice anything different. You simply heard a light hum in your head.
Tiku, did you see that? His eyes look transparent.
What?
You noticed nothing.
No.
Worth noting, Kane, who you know to be perceptive, also is like, I noticed nothing about the change in his eyes.
No,
I guess I
they're
would
better
share-
now. But I did find out that Razu has no brain, which makes sense.
The Goliath, looking towards him, he smiles and he says, "Don't worry. Brains are not everything, although they are important."
That's what she said.
He looks down. He's confused. This is,
I'm glad.
I don't understand. Who is that? What Tiku said?
Tico said nothing like that.
No.
There is a she amongst you that is not Tiku.
No, Herb comes from a foreign country, and his jokes tend to miss the mark.
But you know,
So does this Indian.
Maybe that
about
is why
that
I have
greasy
not
bar
heard of
food, Do you
you.
guys got, I don't know, nachos?
Oh, Tico wants it.
He seems confused again. He says, "I have many different. Let me just bring you some refreshments. I apologize. I stopped at drink and I was and quite literally, almost like giddily, kind of like taps his hand
Oh,
to his
it's
knuckles.
okay. We
as he goes,
appreciate it. Really do.
Razu, you know something I'm curious about that portrait there.
Tiku like takes a big swig.
Why is Tiku in it?
Now where's Till?
I'll tell you later.
Tiku wasn't there.
Tico was.
As you continue to focus on it, Tiku seems to look at you And for a moment, you swear she's looking at you, but then you have the. In a moment, it very much so seems like the picture is looking at you. But then after a moment, you just kind of like move your head. It's instead almost like that illusion of when you're looking at the eyes of a picture, and it's like constantly looking at you. But you never notice her eyes until just barely.
I wanna get up close and investigate the picture.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you kind of like walk up. This is like 10 feet in the air. Do you want to try and like climb onto the table so you can see it real close? Or are you looking at it like getting right, or like maybe a couple feet from it, looking up at an angle?
Tiku's looking around in the room for Till or the Minotaur.
Okay. It's fairly fast to determine that he is not in the room. With that, as we're going to say this is where you had asked about Till, as this Goliath comes back very quickly. It's almost as if he almost like does a spin to the point where he turns around and seems to reach out. And then when he turns around, he has large plates. When I say large, I mean like quite literally like 2 feet across. As he pulls out just 2 massive plates, not looking quite as large in his hand, but as he puts these plates down in front of you, they quickly,
the size of Tiku.
The size of them quickly sinks in. As you look down at the plate at first, Herb, you're a bit confused as he's put an empty plate in front of you. And almost slightly disappointed, getting ready to ask, in this case, for nachos. You kind of like look up towards him, and almost the moment the plate is no longer in your vision, you can now see something on the plate. And you kind of like look down. It's full of chips and cheese, different meats scattered throughout across the plate.
Some jalapenos.
Effectively, whatever you're envisioning the food to be is on the plate.
Whenever we
What?
did anything, I'm always checking.
Tiku pictures the god.
thing.
Okay.
Siri.
Did Tiku notice what he did? What food would have been what Tiku thought about? That's what would have needed to start. If you can tell me a food that Tiku thinks of, then I'll let you start to think about other stuff. Hold that thought. You have a second
always
think.
thinking about food. He's like rapid fire, just changing.
What's your? Are you moving closer or are you doing it from a distance?
Razu, can you give me a boost? I want to check out this painting.
Is it like hung up? Like what?
Oh, yeah, it's like 10 feet in the air,
got
mounted to
boost
the
you.
wall.
Not that
As you
high.
say that, though, the Goliath putting a plate down in front of Herb, one in front of Tiku, is also sat at the bar. Reaches out, grabs a third plate, puts it on the table, seemingly in front of Razu, and he goes, "Oh, it would be my pleasure." As he walks over, and him himself being 8 feet tall, just can reach up, and he kind of like grabs it, seems stuck, and he just pulls it off. You notice that there's no kind of mounting. Even as he pulls it down, you kind of get a glimpse of the back of it. There's no like sticky substance. It's not hung on a nail. Nothing like that. The only thing is that on the back of it, that same kind of metallic, almost whatever the structure is made out of, is what the back of this picture is made of. And he kind of like looks at the picture, and he seems confused as he's taking it down. He kind of like moves it away from him, still facing him to where you're looking at the back of it. And he goes, "Interesting. It seems you're correct." As he flips it, and Terrence is now Herb.
What the shit? What the shit?
What, at the painting?
I just point
Oh,
at you and I
oh.
message you.
I think I know what's going on.
Hey, that I wasn't there. I feel like this is like
You're still whispering it.
me taking
No, I have the message.
credit for
Message
something I
spell
didn't
is
do.
Whisper.
It requires
You're
you to
whispering.
whisper.
Usually into
Yeah.
a copper wire,
I thought it was
specifically.
you just point at them and then.
No.
Whisper and point.
It's
copper
like
wire.
think of it as like the cup, like cups like on a string.
But rather than
kinda
talking into a cup, it's a copper wire.
Yeah.
And the idea is you point the copper wire towards them, talk into the copper wire, and you're messaging them. Or whisper into the copper wire.
I mean, at that point, I wouldn't even message them if that's not how it works.
Yeah.
I would just walk over to you and.
I know what's going on. I'll tell you what I think later.
Oh, then why even bring it up now? Okay, investigate the picture.
Worth noting, something that you would notice as well that John had specifically asked about that I'll point out.
Tiku's
On this
drinking
picture,
a little more heavily.
Cetherin is nowhere to be seen. Herb was Terrence and seemed to have changed,
And Tiku's in there for some reason.
but Kane was there from the start. Okay, go ahead and make your investigation check. As he is now just fully handed you the picture. Also worth noting, this is a big picture. This thing's like 20 pounds.
So, where is the 14th seat?
Your challenger, yeah.
Dirty 20.
Yep.
Hold that up for just a second. Oh, He said he was waiting for someone. He gestures to his right towards the effectively what you assume opens up into another part of this bar, this tavern, whatever this place is. As he points over and says, "Are you the one he was waiting for, Tiku?"
Ooh, the 13th seat is waiting for me?
He was waiting for someone. He didn't tell me who it was.
Who is waiting? What does he look like?
The 14th seat, the one you asked. A larger minotaur. I didn't care to learn his name. I only know yours. As he again smiles broadly.
He's like, I'm doing them a service by only remembering them. I don't need to remember anyone else. I'm a die-hard fan.
It's the OG Cubix Ascenders was the shiznit.
Okay. I'll just look as a...
Are you gonna...
Has to do with the cube.
As you're looking at the kid, worth noting, as what you actually heard from that is he says, as Razu says, I think this has to do, and then he just stops talking. With that, as you investigate this, you start to notice a few different details in this. Very thin, lightly in the
There's
background,
some weird magic
you
shit
notice
happening
that
right now.
past, like almost in the back of the throne room, what was initially positioned as guards, as you look at the face of one of them, Cytherin almost seems to be in a guard. Almost like he's stuck in stone, standing still, stationary, almost guarding the door behind you, almost in the past. As you kind of like look about, seeing Cytherin, it's like, I wonder, and you start to look about, you see your little sister. Not the Zestaria imitation of your little sister, but instead, actually, your little sister. You see multiple different guards standing in the background that seem to be kobolds. Again, frozen in place, stuck in stone. You see what appears to be Kleider. You see, effectively, many different people. You see those individuals from Gongili, some from the court. You see a fanatical Gravekeeper fan. As you start to think about it, all the individuals that you've really started to meet with since Oprakar, is you're like, I wonder if this person's in here. You almost always can find them. In fact, at first you're like, most of these people find them, but as you start to look through it and you find somebody else, you'll suddenly find someone you thought you couldn't find. And within a few moments realize that anyone you can think of, you can somehow find in this picture.
That's fascinating.
Okay, I've never met... I tried putting Kogal in there just because I've never met Kogal. I don't...
As you start to look for Kogal, not really knowing what he looks like, only going off of what you've heard of him, a massive man, a Goliath, making even this individual look small, you see no one that seems to fit the description. As you kind of like hold it out a little bit from you, you also notice that the only time you can really see all those people in the background and make out who they are is when it's right near you and you're investigating it. As soon as you kind of hold it back a little bit from you to take in more so the granular view, you realize the only thing you can see is your party. You see smudges where those guards were, but they're definitely not people.
What are you looking for, Zephyr?
All right, I imagine the picture to be my 10th birthday party.
The picture itself does not change. However, looking at Zephyr's image, his face becomes more childlike. He almost seems to grow slightly smaller, still accentuated in size, seemingly representing what is the larger stature that you took on when you gained those godlike powers for a time, but very much so bringing in what appears to be baby-faced cheeks.
Okay.
A little bit more inexperience.
So I think I understand how this works. Okay, just one more thing for confirmation. I look at where Razu is on it, and I assume it looks like Razu from my point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn the picture. So how strong does this guy look?
Which guy?
And it is a point to you on it.
What do I see here?
Jacked as hell.
Genetically superior.
Very much so. One might even say a specimen of an individual on that painting. Clearly the best. The most armored, the strongest.
Obviously. What's your point?
I believe this is it becomes what you want it to be.
Damn. I must be everything I want.
As you hand it back to this giant, he looks at it fondly, and as he looks at it, now having inspected a little bit more and kind of almost like looking as he looks at it, you watch as again the images slightly seem to change.
It's not set in reality per se. It's based off what you dream the image to be.
Yeah, I already told you.
At this
that
point,
it was...
he smiling, he goes and he seems to almost like, rather than hanging it on something, he almost like taps it to it, and you hear like almost like something sealing. And he's smiling, he kind of takes a step back from it as you look to the painting. And now up the staircase in that middle section where there was the lava pit when you guys fought in the throne room, rather than a lava pit being up that small staircase behind you, there's instead a small bar table with what appears to be a Goliath. Not quite looking like this individual, but a little bit more small in stature that seems to be setting out drinks.
Is that what I see as well?
At this point, that is what all of you see.
I wouldn't dare.
So, why not share a few stories over a game?
I don't know if the stream could hear that. She started crying and she said bye-bye through the crying, and it was pretty funny. What were you saying, Razu?
So, let us share a few stories over a game.
He smiles broadly and he says, I would love to play a game. Do you have one in mind? Or perhaps I can teach you one.
Who are we talking to right now?
Let the house decide.
The Goliath who you actually don't know the name of yet. This fanboy.
Okay.
Well, let the house decide.
He smiles. He again smiling broadly. He goes, Well, first I must know what we play for.
What do you have to offer?
He kind of like starts to look about the room. He looks to one of the tables and kind of inspects it for a moment. Perhaps information would be the best suited to you. The easiest based on what Tiku, and again, as he says Tiku, you almost like notice a little head nod that he does, almost like he's seemingly trying to bow to her. We're going to say for the sake of this, as Kayla had to step away, that she is chowing into a plate of just like this big mound of meat on her plate that seems to be replenishing at seems to be replenishing, really. It just seems she never runs out of food as Tiku's just tearing into a plate. He says, perhaps entrance into the back rooms.
That sounds fine.
And what do we offer?
I pull out my
Oh!
+1.
I know. And he kind of bends over and reaches down, and he pulls out what appears to be a smaller portrait. It looks similar to the one above, but within a few moments you notice this is instead a painting. This picture actually looks off from the other. This has Citharan on it. Tiku is not present on this picture, and Dalaran is instead of looking to be more of like an adventurer, is very much so in like princely garbs. This almost seems to be more of like almost like a more accurate telling, or someone painting based off of an accurate story. You yourself, the lighting is a little bit more clear. The artwork is very clearly a little bit more well done. As he holds it up and he looks at it, and he has like a certain fondness for it, as he almost seems a little sad. And he sets it down on the table and he says, this I know is... things are different now. But if you would... And again, reaches down and he just pulls out a quill and seemingly a thing of ink. He says, if I win, I would love for each of you to sign it, even those new, to solidify what is. As he looks down at this picture, he like almost seems to have a tear that falls from his eye, and he says, what is the greatest gift?
Who painted this for you?
Oh, he was an eccentric fellow. He is one that
directed me here and told me that maybe I could be of help to you. He specifically said he knew of you, Zephyr. He spoke of songs of a creature of the past. Said he was heading north to Closet.
Shoot.
That guy?
Hang on. I got his name here. Hang on. I always forget his name. Let's see if I can have it here. Do I have it here still? All my notes have been moved. They were on my character sheet. I brought them over.
Sorry.
Zythrez.
Mm-hmm.
This is his name, Zythrez. You know, kind of a bookish guy.
He kind of thinks of this. I think he went by Zyth when I spoke with him, but that might have been because I couldn't say his full name.
That's the alias he went with.
She said that kind of under your breath. He says,
He's quite the painter, and he gave me...
and again, a kinder but almost deeper smile this time. Less almost like flamboyant and overly happy as he has this kinder smile looking at this picture. He goes,
He helped define what I needed to do.
and then he sets the picture down, but worth noting is as he sets the picture down, the alcohol that he had spread around before, he goes to set it down and he stops, reaches down and grabs a rag and seems to clean off the table before he sets the picture down.
You know,
Quill to the side.
I agree. Well, we can wager our autographs on it, I guess.
He smiles and says,
Well, let me teach you the game of the house, then.
and reaches down and pulls out a set of dice and he says,
Have you ever heard of pits around the hole?
No, I have not. No.
This will be fun, then.
and that is where we're going to break. As we need the ability to put Amelia to bed. And yeah, so we'll be back probably about 15-20 minutes. We will see you guys again here in a bit. And we are back. All right. So, back into the session. Is this Goliath, whose name has still not been mentioned? This is again has said it's time to play Holes Around the Pit. So in response to saying this, he reaches down beneath the desk and pulls out a small bag of as the materials inside seem to cling together. Similar to the coins, you quickly are able to determine, without a doubt in your mind, that it is dice. He has 6 dice in this bag. As he pulls them out, kind of actually showing them to all of you, he says, "All right. So, first off, I will give you 3 demonstration rounds. I will tell you, this game is more so a game of knowledge. You can't play it too many times. But the challenge is in guessing the 4th number right. I will tell you, it will always either be equal to 0 or an even number. You simply must guess how many holes are around the pit. So, demonstration." So I'm actually probably going to stand for this, so I'm not here. As he rolls the dice in front of you, that being the dice roll, he says, "So, for this example, this would be equal to 8. Fix him up.
What?
Why is that equal to 8?
That is what you must solve for. This would also be equal to 8.
Hold on. Before you pick up those dice again, okay, so we got 5, 5, 2. So we got.
Gosh. Can you show me one more example?
Hold on.
Because I missed the first one.
Are we only adding the even numbers?
That is the game. How many holes surround the pit? Can you pick them up again?
But we're okay. Well, what represents the pit?
This would also be equal to 8.
What? Okay.
Well, because all the even numbers equal 8. So you got 2, 4, 8.
No, the other one was more.
No, the other one was 8 as well.
Oh, was it? Oh. Maybe.
That's true.
I will give you one more example as you missed the first.
Okay.
This is equal to 2.
Your theory is broken.
Yep. Now that's broken. Hold on. Hold on.
And now the game will be on the 4th hand. You must tell me what it equals.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on. Don't reroll.
It's the number of doubles.
Tell me when you are ready to play the game.
Okay.
That doesn't work because the 8 means there would be 8 doubles.
No, you'll only count. Oh, damn it.
You only count doubles?
Maybe you only count the doubles?
No, because
No,
the
'cause
first
that'd
one
be
was
4.
5, 5, 2, 2.
Oh, you are right. Apologies. In terms of inspiration, so via the chat, it was actually a tie between Zephyr and between Herb. However, our resident painter has broken the tie, and so Herb did get inspiration. Are you ready to play the hand?
No.
I missed some of the numbers on the other one, but. It was 225 something, but.
We gotta try to figure out a good strategy here first.
John says he knows.
I did not.
Okay, I guess we're ready to play, and then we'll try to figure out his logic.
Knowing the answer, Kane can also help.
How many pits surround the hole?
many pits surround the hole?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
He smiles broadly. He says, correct.
Let's fucking go!
So is it the number of dice that are doubles?
How many pits surround?
I'm staying
How do we
silent.
figure out what's the pit?
So no, actually, this is important. For those of you that have solved it, as you try to explain how this works, as Kane also says 4, he said it's, and you can't seem to utter what it is. He says,
I think I got it too.
Now, 2 of you have correctly guessed it. You must remain silent on the next game. We must see how many winners we have today.
What? So not me.
The first time it cannot be guessed will be my win.
Roz is over here just.
so basically,
It's not me, right?
Kane
Or I
and Razu
also.
have both said 4.
Okay. Tiku
rolls
can keep
again.
going.
How many pits surround the hole?
Okay, but you haven't told us what the pit is.
And yet your friends have solved it. I know
Right,
you
but
can do
but
it.
you're not giving us context. How can you
5.
solve it without context?
As Tiku calls out 5.
Wrong.
I thought I had it.
I win. As he turns the picture towards you, Tiku, and pushes it forward with the quill.
Oh, 6. It was 6. Damn it.
Context is I think you walked away. Payment for losing is you have to sign his picture.
Tiku gets her grease that she still has and like sticks her paws in it and like does a paw print on it.
As you kind of, I'd say you have the grease I'd say that he also, upon realizing what you're doing, takes some of the ink and almost like pours it onto your hand, to almost have the impact be a little bit more solid as you place your hand. And what is a smaller picture now having a large Tiku handprint over it? As soon as he gets it back, he
And then
he pulls a
she
small rag.
swizzles it to try to make it more look like a pot.
Okay. As you do that, he takes it with a broad smile. He takes a rag and he almost like kind of dabs at it, clearing away the spots that have blotched over the images of each of you and kind of clearing them off. He says, and it seems our game
I was
is
6.
done. I have my signature.
Looking down at his picture, he seems enthralled and happy.
Wait, Tiku doesn't get a guess anymore?
Now, you are ready to enter the back as well.
Enter the back. Oh, me.
For the time being, you can remove that. You can remove the battle cam. He
I was
did
6,
say
right?
that he did say that
I
in the
missed that.
rules is that it had to be an even number, and you guessed 5.
Oh, I missed that rule.
The answer is always 0 or an even number.
Yeah, it would have been 6.
With that, as you've now finished this game, and again, if you haven't done it already, Trinity, you can put the camera back to just everybody.
It was 6 though, right? I have to know.
I don't know.
I was pretty sure. I
This
just
is
couldn't count,
No.
evidently.
Important. Once you have won at the game, you cannot play again, nor can you speak its rules to others, lest the Watcher find you.
as in that moment, Razu, you being one of the ones who solved this, Kane, you as well, you would, in that moment, realize that you did try to explain the rules. And you died instantly. You almost feel as if the version of you now isn't the correct version. It's a very weird, almost like temporary existential crisis. As you now have a firm belief that if you explain the rules of this game, the Watcher will find you.
Tiku needs another ranked game.
He smiles broadly and he says,
You'll get it. My goal was achieved. Now you wish to meet with the 14th seat, yes?
Weren't we trying to get information? Yes, Tiku does.
Was that not the information you sought? I apologize. If it was not, I can...
and he kind of like gestures to the room. He says,
I have a plethora of information to give you, as I collect it for you anyways.
You want to know where your child is, right, Tiku?
Yes. Where's Teal?
Deal.
My runner boy.
He looks across the bar, and again, he hits his hand on the table just a single time this time. And for a moment, everyone seems to stop in their games. Everyone kind of like looks up for a moment, almost like they're pondering something. And then he smiles and taps the table again. Everyone goes back to their games. He goes,
Deal is safe. It seems he's being left at a hideout. The Broad Axe. It is an inn, not terribly far from here. It is owned by the 14th seat.
Do you know what his deal was?
he stops, and again, he actually taps the table. Same thing happens. Everyone stops. Almost looks like they're pondering something. And then he taps the table again. The games all continue. And he says,
The exact details of what he was required to do don't seem to have been revealed. That said, I can tell you what he is required to do. He is required to fight.
What?
In your next match, he has been recruited.
Why would he do that?
I don't know.
still smiling as if it feels like he's giving you a gift. He says,
But that is what I have learned for you. And I would be happy to continue to learn for you as well.
Chico didn't catch your name.
I am so sorry.
and he actually seems a little bit almost like perturbed by it, as he actually was just not thinking about it, only thinking about you guys. He goes,
I am a Gaul.
A gall.
Aggal.
Gall.
I go by a Gaul. Cubix is my full name now. I did have a last name added.
I'm suspicious that they might be using the kid as a human shield of sorts.
There are some rumors circulating that they did not acquire their seat by respectable means. It seems that the 15th and 14th fights were, in some people's opinions, rigged.
How so?
Actually, it's probably more appropriate that it's going to be a hostage situation. They're probably going to try to make us surrender or kill him.
They seem to offer...
He kind of considers for a moment.
no other choice but then to lose to their opponents. So far, it has gained them much standing, but not much respect. Thus why they find themselves not far from here on the lower floors.
Those are some big words for Tiku. Can you explain that? Do it in smaller words.
They cheat
How?
by taking things precious to those they fight and waging them against the stakes of the match.
Waging them against the sticks, like how? Like, do they bring them into the arena? Do they do it as part of the contract?
Not always. I believe the last match they had kidnapped the competitor's wife.
So,
And
Is
did
it-
what with her?
Oh, they won, so they did release him. They do seem to stick true to their terms. I imagine that is why they're waiting for you based on what you told me.
Should stop playing with that. It's quite loud.
I'm curious about something. I don't believe I've encountered this situation. But what happens if after the agreement's been made on the terms of the battle as far as compensation, what happens if the other party can't follow through with it?
Then they would lose the match by retrospect.
Well, let's say they did lose though, and then they can't pay over their part of it.
Oh,
What happens to them?
they would be eliminated for not fulfilling the terms of the agreement. A creed upheld
Like
by
eliminated,
Kogol
like-
himself. Yes.
Just making sure we're
Some
talking
might even say eviscerated.
Okay. And you said they want to bring him into this. They recruited him for this next match.
It seems that has already been done, or at least that's the rumor spreading around.
As he kind of gestures to the room, again, smiling, this time a little bit more mischievously.
Okay, so on the paperwork that we signed, or because I assume there was a challenge paperwork that we added more people to.
Mm-hmm.
On that, the kid wasn't on there.
Nope.
Right?
However, as a quick reminder, anytime a roster change is made, the opposition also has a chance to submit a roster change.
But we also get to see their change too. So, yeah. I believe we're going to get some paperwork sent.
But we can't react to it, right? We have to just accept whatever
Of
because we
course
made
we
the
can.
first change.
It's a like a give and take.
Okay.
It's literally like almost a negotiation before the
Because
fight.
if we add 3 people and they add 3 people, we can be like, oh, that's bullshit because they already had 10 people. Right.
It is very much so like you're negotiating a contract, but
And
the
also,
contract.
if they make a change, can we negotiate winnings now that there's more people? involved?
Literally anytime the fight is, anytime a new variable is introduced into a fight, as long as that variable has been accepted, which in this case your roster change was accepted, new negotiations can be made.
Well, it seems negotiations are easier to handle now.
So, do you wish to meet with them in the back, or is there other
for sure.
information that I can give to you?
Let's go. Razu, you go in front. Keep being you.
Before I do that, I pull out from my pack my old plate +1, and I cut myself with the blood. I take the quill, I dip it in my blood, and then I'm going to attempt to do this. You tell me if it works or not. I'll sign the plate, and then I'll use my right
Gotta talk
to
in your mic more.
burn the blood right onto the plate. The blood signature.
Onto the plate?
Yeah. Effectively, because it's the Crimson Rite of Flame, I would use it on the blood that I put on it and burn my signature onto it.
So you're planning to give him your plate?
Yeah. My old plate.
Okay, so I was just making sure that we weren't planning to you weren't trying to sign the picture. I would definitely say you could do it, as you effectively shear a blood-stained signature. What is Razu's signature? Is it just your name? Tigu's is a handprint mushed into a cauldron.
Razu Blood Claw.
Okay. As you sign
in cursive.
It would be in cursive, but it would probably just be like blood and then a swipe through the blood.
For the sake of this, I'm going to have you go ahead and make a performance sleight of hand.
Yeah, sleight of hand sounds right.
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand.
Is 6 a failure?
Well, just how well you write
It's
your
just,
name.
you're
It's
just making a
very
signature.
squiggly.
You can't fail at it. It's just how good is it? This,
Your calligraphy skills need a little work.
it's, I
Oh,
believe
shit.
you only can use that if a check is failed.
That's why I assumed it was failed.
There isn't a failure for this check. It's just how well did you do it. And the answer is, you wield a scythe, not a pen. As what is a more so jagged and gruesome signature. You sign the plate and then give it to him, or what do you do at that point?
Yeah.
As you hand it over to him, he looks at it almost dumbfounded, and he goes,
This is he.
and tears legit actually just start to fall from his face. He goes,
Thank you.
And he just takes it and he hugs it and he turns around, and as he turns around, he like stops for a moment. You see that he like reaches his hands out in front of him. Don't see where he's placing his plate, but as he turns back around, it's gone. And it's not behind him. Again, there's just open space behind him until it hits the wall.
If you ever need it, it should fit you rather well.
As you look at him as well, when he turns around, there's just streak marks down from his face. He seems to have smeared him a little bit. You get the impression that he's wearing a little bit of makeup. It's slightly smeared with the way that it's smeared through his face. It's almost like he's just got a light powder on his skin. But with that, as he kind of like smears it, he kind of like almost tries to blend it all back together, and it makes a little bit of a mess of the upper portion of his cheeks. He goes,
"Well, I can let you in the back. Just know, the back is even more potent than what we do here at the front of Cubix. That is to say, be careful. Don't take hostile intent. If someone is hostile, just let them act."
That sounds fine to me.
Don't retaliate. That's what you're saying.
effectively, that is what he's saying, yes.
No.
Which means, Razu, just look intimidating, but chill out.
Okay. As he gestures to the door to his right, the runes light up, seemingly in response to what he's doing. In fact, as the runes light up, you notice that there's a slight glow on his face, slight glow on his hand. Almost like there's a rune. It almost looks like there's a rune on his hand that's glowing.
Does the smudge reveal a little bit of a rune on his cheek?
As you look at his cheek, there's a little bit of a rune as well that you can see that seems to be covered up with this makeup.
Guy's more than what he seems.
With that, as he gestures over, it's for a moment where it shines, and then the door again. As soon as that door appears, you stop hearing the coins. You no longer can count the coins in the room. And what you only realize now, the sense of never wanting to leave suddenly seems to leave you. You're now okay leaving the room. You didn't realize that you weren't okay with it until just barely. But you realize that if you tried to leave, you likely would have been unable to.
That would have been sketch.
Tigger doesn't like all this magic shit.
Alright, Razu, you on front.
I'm assuming he just like showed us the door and we go now open it? Or is he opening it for us?
So
We just left.
You're in a room that's effectively like part of a cross, or a hallway into a larger rectangle room. It's just a rectangle room, but on the right and left, there are two of those almost like symbol doors. Mm-hmm. He made one of the doors spawn. So you guys would walk over to the door and enter through it if you wish to go towards the back.
Just go over and open the door?
Okay. As Razu goes and he opens the door, there's a couple people in the room that seem to almost like look over when the door is opened, and seemingly in response to that, not quite hitting the table this time, the Goliath taps the table with 2 fingers. And as he taps it, the 2 individuals that kind of look towards you, kind of like almost like their head almost drooping, look back towards the table and smile and start to play the games that they're playing.
Oh, with that, I'm going to take a big chug of my beer. I'm going to pick up my nachos. I'm going to walk over.
As you take the big chug of the beer, you've only made it way like halfway through it. Worth noting is something that's a little bit off to you. The alcohol was strong, and you're like a good way through and realize you're not feeling overly drunk.
Oh, that's not surprising.
With that, as you guys proceed to the door, Razu going first. Razu, as you open the door, you see what is a impossibly long hallway. To the point that you can't even see where this hallway ends. It seems to just keep going. And the walls are lined with paintings. Every time you look at a painting, you are met with a large variation of different scenes that have been painted out. You see scenes of individuals gambling around a table, multiple races. You see one that appears to be a spring where individuals are singing, dancing, effectively holding a celebration around what appears to be some kind of a pool. You see one where 3 individuals seemingly are sitting, hands clasped, a table in front of them, looking forward. You also see many different blank paintings, all almost like empty canvases, yet to have anything painted on them. You kind of confused, start to walk into this room a little bit. Within a few moments, you find a painting that strikes odd to you, a little bit interesting. You see a familiar minotaur, flanked by a centaur, both currently standing in what appears to be a well-lit, almost lounge room. There's a large, almost like a futon-like bed laid out on the floor. The minotaur is laying across it, hand kind of like propped up, just laying sideways. The minotaur just a little bit behind him, almost in what is it almost looks like it's a closet without a door. The centaur is reaching into the closet, seemingly grabbing something. There is a familiar humanoid individual, although he looks weirdly only human, despite having a familiar face to what you've seen before. Looks to be much more of a standard human. Very, very like rounded, almost oddly rounded ears, to where they almost look like bulbous, almost like the earlobes themselves have been squished. If you're ever familiar with what happens to boxers when they get hit enough, where their ears almost kind of like swell up. Very similar in feel. His face looks the same as the individual that you guys had met at the gate, but his features are different. His hair is short to his head. He is currently sitting sitting on a couch, just a single couch, no room beside him. He's sitting on a couch, seemingly has a cup of wine, and there is a familiar till that seems to be pouring wine into that glass. But it is a moment seemingly frozen in time. It is a picture. What do you want to do?
Wait, Till is pouring his glass?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the picture. Examine more details.
I come up to Razu eating my nachos. Which one's Terry?
What?
Do you actually reach out and touch it?
Oh, no. I'm like pushing Razu forward.
Oh.
I mean,
I was trying to figure out what you were doing.
I was
with
going
that,
to walk up to the painting and examine it more closely if nothing happened.
Make an investigation check.
10.
As you kind of start to inspect the picture, you don't find anything odd about it at a glance.
I think I realized.
Confused, you kind of step back. Again, just trying to inspect it. And before I...
Okay, so you said one of them has the Minotaur and a Centaur? Like the Minotaur and Centaur? Or
Yeah.
the Minotaur that we know, right?
Minotaur and the Centaur, you know.
Yeah.
You met both of them, along with the human, or now what appears to be humanoid, as he looks different from when you had met him.
Razu, walk him to the painting.
Okay. Hop in the picture.
As Razu takes a step forward, not even like you're touching it and like going through it. It is almost as if you just watch, and where once was Razu is now a silhouetted painting of Razu's back, seemingly
Like
entering
Zephyr just
into the
casually
room.
walks into it like it was the obvious thing to do.
I'm gonna turn to Tiku and I'm gonna say I am too high and not drunk enough for this.
You just go back to the other room.
Kane kind of almost like stepping past you. He says, well, we best not let them go in alone. He's going to enter in with them.
Tiku's just glad she didn't have to go first.
Tiku hops in.
I walk in after them.
Okay. So as you guys walk through this painting, not a surprise to you, Zephyr, at all, you find yourself immediately in a room with, while no obvious source of lighting, seems to be dimly lit in a almost like purple lighting. You see the Minotaur, as you walk in, kind of opens his eyes and looks up at you and goes, "Oh, you've made it. Wonderful. We can begin." And he stands up. Probably would be dimmer than that, but yeah, it's the right idea. As he stands up, he kind of like gesturing his hand in front of him. One of the small tables that was in the room, within a moment, seems to grow in size. Almost think like Alice in Wonderland when you're shrinking in perspective to it. It's almost as if not necessarily the table got bigger, but almost as if you got smaller. As the different aspects of the room, it gets impossibly tall. As you look towards the couch that the individual was sitting on, he seems to almost shrink. The couch seemingly shrinking with him, but the rest of the room seemingly growing impossibly large. Centaur on the corner also matching with you. as you guys seemingly shrink down into what is now a room maybe 10, 20 stories tall, hardly even being able to make out really how far up it goes, you hear the centaur curse in the back. Gosh dang it! I was in the middle of something, as she gestures to what looks to be a massive vase in front of her. Her hand seemingly stained with some kind of a light, almost gray liquid. And she goes, now, how am I supposed to finish the picture? Plus, it was supposed to be... I guess they were supposed to be a part of it anyways. Whatever. She trots over to the Minotaur. The Minotaur's starting to get up. She takes her back hoof. She actually kicks the shoulder of the Minotaur hard enough that he almost stumbles back to the ground and goes, chill, we'll be fine. This was all part of what we were expecting anyways. And he stands up and moves over to the table. Standing at the table, as there are no chairs surrounding it, and he says, now, I believe you've come to discuss terms with me, yes?
Okay, apparently he's not going to say anything.
You're the highest.
He can. I was trying to let Razu fight for his own seat here.
Okay.
Very, very simple, really. All you want is to bring us in the seat, yes? For winning.
Your tone and words tamper towards cowardice, but yes.
So, make your deal. If you fight fairly, and you give us till, I won't kill you.
Oh no, fuck that. I have a better idea. You're planning putting Till into the next match, right? With us?
Not necessarily. I simply wished for more fair terms.
I assume that's what you've thrown into your rebuttal to us. We haven't received it yet.
He simply must fight. But once for us. A simple task. Doesn't have to be versus you.
But he is in the match.
It could be. The roster is not yet finalized. Seems you've made some changes, and I was prepared to submit one of my own. But rather than the back and forth, I thought maybe instead we would establish who would participate in this fight. You see, as you can tell, and he gestures to the centaur and this, what is now almost more humanoid. You're not sure if it's human. It's still almost got fine features of an elf. He gestures, we are but 3, perhaps 4. As he gestures to Till, you notice that Chill, there's 2 things that are different about Till from when the last time you met him. One, his smile is gone. He seems to have a much more somber and serious expression. As he looks to each of you, he actually holds your gaze very much so. Like the impression you get is a man who's almost come to terms with something. Very committed to whatever it is that he's doing. He says, he may not have to enter, but my proposition is that we match numbers. Those not involved, well, really, I don't care what they do. But we wish to have an even match. 3 of us versus 3 of you. Your choice. The others could still participate, but in a different way. Almost as if mediators. Unbiased as they may be, or should be. Or if you wish to choose 4, then yes, we could do 4. And no, Till will not be the 4th in that scenario. We do have one other we can look to. However, when we reach the number of 5, that is where we will stray into unsavory territory, as he gestures towards Till. Who again almost seems to try and stand tall.
If we agree to a 3-on-3, obviously Razu's going to join in on that.
Of course.
Surely.
I believe I would like to as well. Does anyone else want to?
Oh yeah, I'm always down for a good scrap.
mean, I would leave you out, Tiku, in that scenario.
Tiku's okay with that.
I must decline this option.
Well,
You see, part of what I wish.
okay.
Wait. As he looks over towards the image. he
Your
says,
words are starting to
No.
verge on cowardice.
Never mind. Carry on.
If Tiki was a smarter human, she'd be sweating right now.
So, Razu, how do you feel about doing a 3-on-3?
That's fine.
It keeps some innocence out of the way. Obviously, since we're discussing terms and you're wanting our higher seat, what do we get in return? Seems like there's more risk for us than for you.
There is. However, at this point, the one to rescind the match would be the one to be condemned. That
Yes.
bargaining chip was largely lost when you agreed to our challenge. Before asking what we're willing to stake.
But,
No, I have
but due to
reason-
the changes to the rosters, I'm sure all conditions can be renegotiated.
Of course. However, I no longer have anything to lose if the challenge is rescinded. For if you were to decline my challenge, the chances that one stronger than us, at least for now, would remove you from the seating would be likely. In fact, perhaps favorable for myself. Promotion without having to fight is
A coward's way out.
an easy way to climb the ladder.
That's how they've climbed the ladder up to this point,
Tiku
from what I hear.
Tiku will feed whoever wins.
I wanted a little bit more than that. Well, you see, I have a reason to believe, as he gestures towards Till, he says, I have reason to believe you have some stake in his status. Again, the battle he participates in can be any. Even a game of chance, perhaps.
To be honest, I don't think you have much power here, because, as you said, a higher group may challenge us if we don't agree to your offer. But we plan on challenging those groups. It would happen almost instantly. We would just say they weren't worth our time. Who would argue?
Well, you see, if that was all that was at stake in this game, you'd be correct.
Then what is?
He looks towards this humanoid individual. He kind of like shakes his head, and he mutters something. And despite it very clearly being intellectual, it's not a language that any of you know, as you do not seem to be familiar with this. As he seems to almost sounds like he's casting a spell, but for as far as you can tell, there's no magic that actually happens. As he looks towards the wall, he effectively just points after he says it, kind of like drawing your guys' attention to the wall where there's a painting. Didn't really draw your attention before, as it seemed to just be what appeared to be a painting of a knight sitting around a table. The painting is instead now a snowy village. Heavily storming, blizzarding. There's a streak of what appears to be something red through the sky. The storm isn't a normal snowstorm, as it seems dark, of what is, at a closer inspection, red lightning, obviously streaking across the sky. In the front of the village, there is a group of 4 separate individuals. There is a minotaur, a small young girl who is chained and currently being held by the chain, lifted off the ground, kind of almost where the chain is both clasping her hands behind her back and then wrapped to where she's been picked up off the ground. In addition to that, there's a kobold, familiar to you, Tiku, in a similar fashion, being held by the other hand of this minotaur, as he seems to be holding these 2, almost like proffering them up to show them as a picture. Lastly, there's an individual behind him who seems to be standing taller than this minotaur, despite being a large creature. Familiar deep red hair flowing from what is a orcish face.
Is
Large
the orc
tusks
the red orc?
protruding from the mouth, but still very clearly, even in this picture, a smile across his face. He goes, is the individual, after saying those words and pointing over, he looks, worth noting, as he kind of like looks down, he seems a bit sad. As he lowers his head, not meeting eye contact with any of you. The centaur now speaking up. Says, you see, we have more bargaining chips than just what's going on here.
I'm assuming the girl
Is-
I'm related to, sister probably.
Little sister, specifically.
Yeah,
Very familiar vestige to you. Apologies, I should have clarified
no,
that.
I was pretty sure. Yeah.
Yes, this is the same vestige that Zestari had taken on when you had run through a little bit of confusion.
Well,
As-
this is probably just Staria again. Obviously, it's not. I just really hope I could just let her die.
Well, this is my true trip. He was simply a means to an end, to get you to come talk with us in a place where we can speak civilly.
So,
Was it rune weaving? Kane wants to know.
It did not seem. I love your messages, Jasmine. It did not seem to have any kind of magical implication. If there was a magical implication to it, the fact that it was in another language must have distorted it to the point that you couldn't quite tell. With that being the case, he continues to speak. He says, now, what we stand to win is really quite simple. I have but one request. If we win, we obviously will take your seat. I wish for a chef.
do you want Tiku?
Yes.
What?
And of course, I'm willing to wager, and he points towards Till. He says, I will have him participate in the fight. I know he can win. He will gain his freedom as well as the reward promised to him.
But part of what we want is Till.
Yes, that is why if you win, I will give you Till. I will uphold the end of the contract, but when I win,
But
Tiku will serve us.
you do also know we want to have Till to us alive.
Yes.
What was the point of the picture? Just to pretend that you have a sister.
You care so little about your friends. Do not at least think about the fact that we do. As he gestures towards this humanoid individual who's, again, seems to have changed. And almost, the individual still looking down doesn't seem to react till the Minotaur snaps his fingers. And the individual kind of almost like stirring. Kind of takes his hands and he puts them on his head and he seems to just kind of like run his hands back. And as he does, his hair turns a deep red. What is familiar runic symbols appear on his cheeks, right under his eyes, going back to the back of his, just to the base of his ears, or sorry, the tops of his ears. In addition to what is very clearly what appears to be the markings of Talos, there seems to be additional ones that seem to sprout out up from under his jaw, hit his chin, and almost like spread out, and almost like a half gear pattern across the bottom of his jaw. In addition to that, almost like that gear is being the other side of it to where it would normally would meet with another gear. Instead, it is met with appears to be pages of a book. The book is seemingly spread out. The pages almost spread out and drop down like almost. I was going to use a terrible example. I was going to say like tendrils from the flying spaghetti monster touching a bunch of people. Sorry, I should have even said it. I should have kept it myself. Whatever the case is, the books almost look like the pages grow and split to touch in between each of these different gears. A dagger plunged through this book on a variation of what appears to be the tattoo that you recognize on Zestaria's cheek. It's different for sure, but he seems to have the markings of both what appear to be Talos, as well as you kind of start to think about it, and based on your history, Zephyr, the book seems to be almost a perversion of Azos symbols. the gears relating in him seems to be almost a different take on the symbols of Wazareen, as he seems to be, as you continue to inspect him, you see a tattoo on his shoulder. It looks to be almost shrubbery, a slight tree growing out of a bush with fruit being represented. You'd recognize this as a symbol of the Wild Mother. On the other shoulder, you see what appears to be a shield, a dragon amidst on it, very clearly representing the Platinum Dragon. And in a similar fashion, as you continue to look down, the shirt that he was wearing seems to almost go translucent. You can see what is many different tattoos of many familiar gods. The hammer and anvil of Moradin.
Let me just show off my bod here.
What appears to be a larger field with a hilltop and a sun, symbol of Lathander. He, again, seems adorned with many symbols of many different gods. Smiling towards you, Razu, as this individual seems to show who he is, he says, "You've been noticed, and we may have received a chip or two to wager in the game. So yes, I do assure you, we have more than just your sister."
Which cobalt is it? Is it the Ranker, or is it one of the ones that were being tortured?
It is one of the two that were being tortured.
Well,
So Tiku, how do you feel about being wagered?
That guy? Not great.
The kid's Till, right?
Yes, the kid is still.
Okay. For Till, we were thinking about wagering our servant.
The bartender.
Yes,
I couldn't care less about her.
but a servant for a servant.
I don't need a servant.
Apparently you did.
I need a cook. A special kind.
You plan on chaining her to the 14th residence.
There is two different ways to enact a servitude contract. Upon winning, you will join us as a member of our seat. You will cook for us. You will fight with us. You will gain more power than you could possibly know.
So
We will protect those close to you.
is that what you did with Till?
No, he sought us out.
Insight check, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
That's what that face means.
Go for it.
That is a 19.
19. He does seem to be telling the truth. It seems that Till did seem to seek him out.
then speak, Till. Why did you do it?
He smiles as Till looks to you, almost, again, seemingly trying to stand tall. And he says, I wanted to pay back Tiku, in one sense. And then in addition to that,
And this is paying back Tiku.
he seems a little bit disheartened by that. He says, I do still have some family here in Zupakar. Sorry, in the hold. He said that he'd free them. As the Minotaur again broadly smiles.
Tico
And-
doesn't like this guy.
And for him to free them, what do you have to do?
Fight. I only have to survive. I don't even have to win. The fight is of his choice, and until then, I simply... He looks towards this very tattooed human that, as soon as you look at him now, the clothes seem to almost form back. The tattoos seem to fade back into the skin. And again, goes to almost like that snubbed ears. The hair goes back to what is a lighter, almost like blonde color. He says, I simply must serve him food and drink. It is not, they don't treat me poorly. He treats me well, gesturing to this human.
So it sounds like Till needs to fight in this next match.
Again, the Minotaur smiles and he says, not exactly. Again, I'm willing to go up to a 4v4 without involving Till.
I would prefer Till to serve his part of the deal as soon as possible, because I don't think you're making it out of that fight.
Seems like it'd be the safest for him to be in this fight.
Well, if you intend on killing me, good luck for one. For two, shall we have a champions match then? A leader, as it is. Most of the time, matches are decided by deathmatch, or by one side conceding, but that's no fun. You want me to die. I want you to die. Perhaps we play a headhunt. First one to eliminate the opposing team's leader wins.
Sure. I'll win.
Hold on. We haven't talked about the girl or Snug.
The girl or Snug.
Tico points at the picture.
Yes, I mean we're working towards that. So far we sound we're in agreement, except for Tiku. You never decided if you're okay with being wagered.
Oh wait, that's Ubi. What? Tico doesn't want to cook for him. But Tico will cook for him, I guess.
I mean, they want you for Teal as a wager.
Hold on. Tico's gonna touch her packer hat. No, actually, she's gonna touch her pot because she doesn't know the symbols on her head.
Oh, what the fuck? Sure.
Wonderful. So we agree then.
On that part, now that painting and
Big
the...
John, roll an insight check for... Little John, sorry. Go ahead.
Now that painting and the souls, I assume, residing in it.
He looks towards it. You could say that of sorts.
What are you wanting for that?
What are you willing to give?
Tico is worth at least 4 Ubis.
Be that as it may. You're not worth that many bargaining chips. Especially because...
Excuse you?
Offense fully intended. Currently, we speak with one of the gods. Or at least a portion of one.
Do I do it? Fuck it, Zephyr's gonna do it. He pulls out the cube for this.
What? What? For 2 people?
I mean, we're not gonna lose, but damn.
What?
He seems confused and he goes, and I have no idea what that would...
But he does.
As you look towards him, you notice that he is very much so. Seems to his head seems just slightly turned. He seems
If you're
intently
good to offer
looking
that,
at
you
it.
didn't need to offer Tico. That's definitely worth
Minotaur kind of looks towards him. He says, yes, but he seems to immediately, his throat almost seems to catch. You see his eyes almost seem to go bloodshot. The veins from his eyes almost seem to bulge for a moment, and blood starts to trickle out of his mouth. He goes,
What the hell, babe? What are you doing?
he, in this moment, seems frozen for a good, 6 seconds before he go, immediately, and he kind of as he kind of runs his tongue outside of his mouth, you notice that he seems to have almost he's bitten a hole through a portion of his tongue. He's I see.
Wager it is then.
No, I think we need all the hostages if we're gonna do this. All their hostages. I'm sure they haven't showed us all of them. If you're gonna offer that,
Make your terms.
all the hostages you have.
I'm sure your boss won't mind that.
No, but it seems the terms have now changed. I apologize. I must rescind my first request. And almost seems to be slurring through his words a little bit. He says, it seems we do want the 6v6.
We gave him too much. Now he wants to bring in bigger guns. What is happening now? We're... Oh.
Okay. Party, like, out of character wise. So we're gonna be missing 2 of our players.
We just bet the campaign on a match.
Yeah, the campaign might end next session, guys. It's fine.
The campaign's over, guys. We lost.
So just player to player here. Do we continue that? Because I was trying to exclude them in case they weren't going to be here. And now, like, I feel like I need to bring them in.
I swapped the vein. We're following it.
Okay.
Good lord!
It's all right. This campaign might end next session. It's fine. This is fine.
So the
It's totally fine.
So the Zephyr side's like, oh yeah, for sure, let's do 6v6. However, I'm trying to exclude them.
It's fine. We can bring them. I had
Okay.
we're not gonna go.
We got a
it's
week.
fine.
We can fill up our time with other shit before this big fight. I feel like they can't not be here for the campaign, maybe potentially defining fight. Like,
Okay, sure.
He the smile is a little bit more funnily enough, like fearful. He says, no, you changed it to a death match, and no, Tell will not be participating.
He's not gonna waste his spot on it.
Who's your 6 people?
they're all going to be God's champions, guys.
You just gonna
Well, no.
So Cagal's on our team.
I don't think we're quite ready for this fight.
He
So
wouldn't
wait.
stoop himself down to
So
the
they're
seat.
adding people now? I thought we were still at just 4v4.
They really want this.
So now they want to go.
And then
6v6?
Zephyr dropped
Yeah.
the cube of the infinite
Yeah.
on the table.
Yeah.
Zephyr's like, fuck this. I'm just
Actually-
we're going big.
Herb doesn't really understand that cube.
Apparently, the fairy's not the one that's big on gambling.
All or
Okay.
nothing.
Well, hold on.
Good lord.
Are
If we take out these
are we able
champions.
to like?
Oh.
Are we,
I don't
hold
think
on.
we're ready for this
Group
fight,
huddle,
guys.
Group huddle.
Dude.
Group huddle.
Bro's gonna have to go God mode, so is Gurgle.
Razu, dig down. Group huddle. Should we send a letter to Kalmia? Can she join?
True story. True story. No.
He was interested. It's not off the table.
I'm gonna just say this: if we're talking about God fights, Razu and I are kind of low hitters here.
Oh, you'll be fine.
I'm like a non-hitter. I'm just trying to keep the hitters up.
was pre-2024 rules.
There we go. Okay. So
Oh, God.
I needed to double check their names. So, yes, who will
goodness.
the others be? He says, the three of us must still participate. So we are the seat. However, seems Gulrosh, Sepal, and Valis will be joining us.
Okay, someone religious trick this shit. That's not Tiku because Tiku doesn't know. But
You guys
we
know
need to
Gulrosh for sure. Gulrosh is an orc who introduced himself right before he destroyed a cliff face that you were on and you were transported
I
to
thought
an
that
underwater temple.
legit thought that was this guy that's talking to us right now.
No, this is.
I
this
thought
is-
these are the same orcs, red orcs. Like,
This isn't an orc. This is a minotaur.
oh, but I thought he like went like this, and then you saw like red fur underneath. And
No,
then
that
he
was the
turned-
humanoid who hasn't even said a word. You simply saw that was red hair.
Oh, I thought that was the Minotaur.
However, the hair very
for
much so
gods.
was clearly the same color to seemingly to look like Talos.
Oh God.
The
Okay,
real
so
answer
who are
is he
these?
showed us a bunch of tattoos showing us he's a whore for all the gods.
Probably.
Okay, so who are they bringing in again?
Golroge. G-U-L-I-R-O-G. O-R-O-U-G-E.
I don't know about
Cipal.
120-foot Zeus smites, guys.
Cipal is C-I-P-A-L.
I thought it was.
And Valis is V-A-L-L-I-S.
Who are these people? Somebody.
I mean, I'll religion.
Go for
Somebody
it.
religious this. These are totally champions. There's no
Going to
freaking
guidance this.
damn way these people aren't champions.
I assist? Question mark?
Are you proficient in religion?
I am.
You
Right.
are?
Oh.
Okay, that works then.
So Golrosh is Talos' champion.
Yes.
Big numbers.
We just brought in the big
31.
wigs, guys.
Sorry, one more time.
31.
31.
Oh,
Jeebus.
He knows the other god champions.
Sipal actually makes sense for you to know. You actually would have known Sipal, sorry, with a 15. Sipal is the current leader. You don't know if he's a champion.
Just
That-
send me their stats. No, I'm joking.
Let's know we're getting into it.
Statistically decide if we want to take this fight.
Sorry, give me one sec. Oh, it's there. I remember the name. So Sipal is the current leader of Cartafel. He is the king of Cartafel, which is the city dedicated to
God.
Tiamat.
The king?
Sipal is the king of Cartafel, similar to. So for you guys, you would very much so know. And again, this makes sense based on the interactions you've had in Zoprakar. Sipal is the antithesis and sworn enemy to Circus, who is a dragonborn who you have met, who is the high paladin of Baklaval, and you guys know is the champion of Bahamut. Sipal is effectively very clear that he is very much so at war with Baklaval. So Sipal is the king of Cartafel. And
Spell his name?
Valis, you've never heard of.
Even with the 31?
This
Good
man
God.
doesn't exist.
Sorry, who is spelled Bahamas champion?
Sipal, C-I-P-A-L.
No, that's not. That's
That's the king of Cartafel.
yeah. Who's Bahamas champion? You said.
Oh yeah, Tiku wasn't here for this, were you?
I don't have this in my notes.
Kirktus. It's C-R-I-C-T-U-S. Kirktus.
Zephyr, if they work for the gods, you know, we might be skipping a step. Wiping them out first.
No, we're going after their champions.
No, I'm saying they would have bound to get in our way eventually.
I mean, yeah, but we're gonna fight six at once. Like,
Well, these three aren't fucking gods people.
One
probably.
needs-
So I know. What is it? It's Golro.
Golro, Sipal,
Golrog?
and Valis.
Sipal and Valis are the three roster additions.
Are god interactions in the games prohibited?
I mean, Kogal. Kogal.
I think we're gonna need like
I know
a
Kogal
serious
fights,
boot camp
but
before
he's
this
strong
fight.
by himself. I'm like, I'm conceptually.
This is not a fight at the 14th seat of Cinderhold.
In this fight, prohibited?
There are no rules other than the rules set.
Wait, are any of these other champions seat holders? I'm guessing not, but
Is to your knowledge, or even to Zephyrus, who did some research, the answer is no.
I guess they couldn't without they couldn't participate in another Rankers fight.
That is
probably.
correct. It would have to be a different seat. So it is safe to assume the answer is no.
So Trinity thinks like there's no fucking shot at fighting these guys.
Dude, we're about to get if we need a
You
serious
wanna
training
fucking
camp.
bet the Rubik's Cube.
Right. So how's about you guys reduce your numbers to 4? We go 4v4.
No,
He nods and he says, "Very well."
Just your 4. No ringers. Because ringers
you'll
means
bring-
weakness.
You're bringing in major champions of major gods.
You have no trust in your own abilities.
He goes to say something, and again he stops, almost like his tongue gets caught. And he goes,
Hey,
I no longer have a choice.
no, I understand that, but I'm negotiating with them now. You think we're so stupid? Just take that deal. I'll take the cube back, and you'll have no chance for it.
You'll never have a chance to leave. As you turn, you see the human, now hair long, red. Face
This
very-
changeling is the god's bitch.
His face start now much more familiar to you, pale, the cheekbones a little bit more pronounced. Very clearly someone you've seen, as even the shirt seems to almost like change and morph.
Weren't on
as
the
it
God's
almost like
Reader before.
funnels out, almost coming down to a V, revealing what appears to be waves and storm tattooed across this individual's chest. It's almost as if he has a sailor's vest on, blue, almost like a light blue with green and gold highlights. His what were more raggedy pants seem to turn much more like nobleman's trousers, as they seem very, very finely woven with, again, different symbols of storms and seas. As you guys have all seen him, apart from Herb, a very clear representation of Talos now sits cross-legged in this chair, smiling a deep, hateful smile. He says, "You've played your hand, and now we know where it is. You see, until now, it was shielded from us. I've been most curious to know. But if you think you'll leave Zinderhold alive without taking this fight, well, I'd love to see it."
I mean, you're gonna fight us anyways.
I don't think we're gonna leave Cinderhold even if we win this fight. We're gonna have to sneak out.
We plan on being here for a long time.
I hope you can get the city to stand with you then. It seems you're bound to have more company. One even might say more challengers.
We might have
Good.
just jump-started the war.
Good God. Good God, guys. We are in deep shit.
But it's just us versus them. Like,
I mean,
that's fine.
yeah. So okay.
Yes?
Let me
This is
get,
what we call power leveling, because if we don't, we're going to die.
let me get this straight. Let me get this straight real quick. Group huddle, real quick. Not talking to you guys.
Right, so I've been
He
eating on
actually gestures out, and almost like welcoming. He almost gestures for you to do it. You also notice that as he gestures, you were focused on him very, very intently. As you look, the Centaur and the Minotaur have both seemingly fallen unconscious. They're on the ground. The Minotaur has blood trickling from his mouth. The Centaur just seems almost like crumpled.
I am really I don't know if the drugs have worn off yet. So are we?
Yes, we'll be dealing with champions for the next while.
But
What
okay.
god do you serve again?
Oh, the wild
Wild
mother.
mother? Oh shit.
What's oh shit? She's a good one.
Hopefully your god is about to give you a huge power boost because I think we're about to die.
So, how hard is it for the 13th seat to get an audience for the Gogol?
Right?
Oh, probably not that hard considering
About
the
this fight,
coming
if
up.
we win this fight, probably not that hard.
Oh no, you might want to be in this fight.
Well, I'm not sure that's allowed. Can seats join other seats?
No, he just said he can't. You can't.
Oh, he can't? Oh.
Yeah, if you hold
Okay.
a seat, you can't participate in it.
yo, you got a bunch of magic items. You can hit a brother up.
No.
No, we're gonna have to prove ourselves before Kogan will back us or not.
That's true.
All right. So okay. But
Strength is
so are
strength
we
is
gonna
power
fight
for
these
Kogan.
guys? At all?
I think we're dealing with gods.
They're
I don't
not.
think this is about mortals anymore.
I don't think they're gods.
No, those three aren't.
Yeah.
Those are your
Aren't we gonna
champions.
fight these guys?
Yeah.
We're just negotiating the fight.
I feel like we keep negotiating something more.
We are negotiating the fate of the world right now. It's called the Infinite Cube.
Right, but I mean, they're supposed to come to us, right? And they come with unreasonable terms. We can make unreasonable terms back.
What else?
What do you have in mind?
We message Kalmia.
I think Camilla will help.
The entire time.
I don't know if she's quite that level.
The player side of me is like I'm trying to avoid that, but yeah, I mean, sounds great.
I mean, she's strong, but honestly, if we're bringing in the god forms, she's also not gonna. I mean, she won't die, but she won't. I don't know.
If she can tango
most
with
of
a
our
1v1
party.
with one,
Well, maybe she can bring her friends like Theric.
Hey, Gurgle, or not Gurgle. Hey, Kane, we're swapping you out because we need we need our heavy hitters. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so what do we actually want? Let's out of character really quick. Let's decide what we actually want.
I'm just saying, this ain't a joke. We actually probably did just put the campaign on a fight.
If we
lose, it's like-
If we lose, it's over for
We
sure.
just added the campaign, guys.
I
right.
can say
I really want this fight. Just
Didn't-
so you know.
plan for that to happen. I had like a lot of things that I was writing around. Didn't think the Cube of the Infinite was going to get put up as a wager.
But
Okay, so we could negotiate freedom. Like they can't. No God's champions can approach us outside of an official match. We can negotiate that, so we don't get like ambushed or anything.
Dude, we can negotiate whatever we want. We could ask them for their entire stock, and they'd still take it, probably.
I mean, probably, but
Zephyr just declared war on the
As
gods,
you guys are having a
effectively.
conversation,
very
John
publicly.
John did throw out just in case you guys haven't had a chance, he said that you guys also could get in contact with Friend. I'm just reading this just in case any of you missed
oh
it.
yeah, we're gonna need to get in contact with all of our deities and be like, yo, so we did a thing.
Hey, you were gonna send me someone, right? It's a good time.
So what's the play, guys?
It's like
I think we need to at least negotiate. They can't go after our family or friends, so it has to stay fair.
They already have our family and friends.
Well, I know they have to give them all up, but also they can't keep using that, right? Like, if we win this fight, win or lose, nobody can
get in contact with Cytherian.
win or lose. They can't go after anyone that's not us directly. They can't fight us or like try to go after us outside of a match. Otherwise, it disqualifies them, right? Because they could just send all their champions after us, technically, if we don't put that stipulation in. And if
I
we
do like
win, they also can't like gang up on us after, like post. They have to fight us in an official match.
Or they freaking piss off Bane.
I think those are the two big ones for me. But is there anything else anyone else wants to negotiate?
I'm just deciding if it's a better idea to just say God
Talking
powers
to the
are
mic.
off limits. Or not.
They're not going to
Okay.
agree to that.
so
Well, I mean, God powers, like,
Also, cleric counts as god powers.
You have it, but it's
Well, I know, but like cleric, literally half of his arsenal is technically god
all right.
powers.
So how's it about this for a counterclaim? You can't use a spell higher than 6th level.
The god powers are counted as that, so you would be taken out there.
He actually doesn't answer. He's just looking at you.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm guessing those
No
terms are.
counterclaim? No counter?
You fail to realize something about myself.
You're deaf.
I don't understand what these 6th level spells you speak of are.
Oh, you're not a spell caster.
Not of that level, no.
Well, okay, good. But that's part of the terms. You do have someone that does cast spells in your little group, yes?
I'm laughing. It's like,
Maybe.
all my spells are 9th level. I don't have anything less than that.
I would make an agreement with you. I will not cast any spells above 6th
I'm not talking
level.
about you. I'm saying your group.
I cannot speak
For the other champion.
for some others.
It's
Well, but they're all speaking for me. I mean, the more and more you're trying to weasel your way out of this, the more and more I think you're kind of a coward.
Good news.
Just hedging your bets.
I don't care at all what you think. But, along the lines of playing a fun game...
I know you don't care what I think, but maybe you would care what the city thinks of your group that you're trying to worm your way.
I don't think
He
this
looks.
is about
He
the
looks
14th
towards
year
the.
anymore.
He looks towards the Minotaur that's lying on the ground. He says, "Unnecessary sacrifice. An easy one to make."
Do you agree to our terms?
You haven't fully laid out your terms.
we need to figure out who our group is.
Release all the hostages.
What hostages? I don't have any hostages.
Any hostages you or anybody associated or affiliated with you or your group, or your group's family or their affiliations.
Done.
Or your followers
if
or
their
your masters.
choice is to be with you guys, we want to know
What?
Easily enough.
What'd you say?
if they are choicefully on their side, like as allies, the reasons why.
I will let you list any name. If it is someone that I have the ability to free, I will do so.
Okay, and
You and the other gods. You speak for all of them.
No. But, in terms of my prisoners, and perhaps for those at least involved in this match, perhaps I could get an agreement.
and then that you can't fight us outside the arena, or the whole thing's.
You seem to not understand what you're doing. You see, and he kind of like turns his hand, and rather than having his hands clasped, he kind of places them on his knee. And as soon as he does, the room starts to shake. Just you can hear the sound of distant thunder, despite not really hearing anything outside of this room. To your knowledge, being in effectively a magical space within this painting. And he says, "You truly think you're safe here? You know, I have always been curious. Let's say the Kogol does stand with you. And that's a nerve. Do you really want to stake your safety on just that? You think that you could hold up against all of us? Let alone me."
Oh, you know who you are. But that's not the point. The point is terms. Why did you bet the Rubik's Cube? It's the 14th seed!
This
It
was
wasn't
gonna,
that serious, man!
this was gonna come out sooner or later.
He
Not this early!
as his
I
hand
was supposed to get, like, a dude from Bane!
as his hand leaves his knee, you watch as he starts to point towards you. The top of his hand just and seems to disappear. And for a moment, it almost seems like magic. But then you notice blood just start to seep from his hand as he looks towards it. Interesting. And as he's looking at the wall, you kind of like follow his gaze, and you see a new painting on the wall of one of those cat-like creatures that seems to be looking at him. He says, "At least you're safe in here."
Wait.
As he
Is some cat
Fucking
god?
go.
as
Trying
he
to help
as he
us out.
Setting up base camp right here!
as he moves his hand over his fingers, and the hand seems to regenerate. And then also again, Razu, a similar feeling irks you. You just died.
I didn't do nothing. What?
I'm really starting to love our fanboy.
Oh, wait. So he killed me even though the Watchers sliced his hand.
Well, what the Watchers did is, like, he did kill you,
But the Watchers
but the
can see all
Watchers
possibilities.
the Watchers-
changed the course of time effectively and stopped it.
I don't
And
know.
seemingly disabled his spell
Yeah.
by cutting off his hand before it happened.
So they would go through infinite realities until they failed. Sheesh.
I think Tiku's off the table.
I will tell you this. You seem to think you have a position of power, and with him, as he points to the Minotaur, I would say you did. I was fascinated when I heard what happened. Your chips are on the table now, though.
I didn't play them.
It's true.
I will offer
But
you one other choice.
There also are chips.
Currently, these are my followers. The others don't know. I'll issue you a new wager on this game. You're looking to Till, and you know, I didn't mention before, Till is also collapsed to the floor. He gestures to Till and he says, "Your squabbles. You can have whatever you want here. I don't care. The new wager, though, above that, will be the cube. For you."
Now Zephyr has to put himself on the line.
The cube for me?
So he wants to wager the cube on the stakes of the fight, is if he wins. Or sorry, if he wins, he gets to you or the cube. He'll actually let you pick. Kind of clarifying on it, he says, "To expand upon that, I will not even tell the others."
I mean, that was definitely a term I was going to make.
I mean, I kinda assumed if we lost, we'd all just be dead.
Oh, you will. But I won't give them the cube. I would even be happy to allow you to continue on your journey. Assist you even.
Which god is this?
I think this is Talos.
Is this Talos?
This is very
Talos.
clearly Talos,
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. She is doing a lot of really feminine movements.
So if you recall when I actually described him, he is more feminine in nature. Longer hair, thinner body.
Yeah, I was like, it's very, like, very feminine.
Ah, the fight with freaking that, though.
I will also offer you one alternative. You decline my invitation. And I will tell all of them. And we will all come for you. It'll be a bloodbath, that of which the world has never seen. It'll be beautiful, truly.
I
We
thought
love
you
you,
were the
Zephyr.
god of fucking thunder.
We'll give up you before the cube.
Like, why do you hate life?
Oh, I mean, that's ultimately fine on that front. I'm just still think it's kind of silly to throw in that
What?
the amount of champions.
Oh. It's only 3, technically.
Oh, only 3 champions.
That
Yeah,
would
we have 1.
There is one thing that is apparent with this. The terms of my deal, if you didn't catch my implication, if I am not to tell the others, then Sepal and Valis cannot participate, least their gods would know. You will fight Golroj. And yes, the riffraff will join him. But truly, you will fight
4v4?
Golroj.
Oh, it's a 4v4.
Well, no. You all may fight him.
Oh, so he's still letting us go 6v4.
Okay, this is sounding more reasonable. Not so desperate as before. What do you guys think?
I think that's a lot more reasonable.
You're like, we're still gonna fight this?
I think
I
think-
did witness a 120
as long
foot
as
bolt of lightning destroy an entire mountainside. So, a little bit of worry, but, all good.
do you mention so you're not gonna give your favor to any of them?
He looks to him. He says, "No. They've never had it. They never will."
I feel pretty good about the terms here.
I would prefer on that day it to be nice and sunny.
What kind of fight are we
Don't think that
doing?
matters for him.
Because before we were talking about doing a
Deathmatch.
was it champion
Oh,
match? Is that what that was?
the terms will be the same. At least on our end. Golroj will now be your target. However,
I think Zephyr's the target on our end.
Golroj will win if he incapacitates Zephyr. At the expense of all of you. In fact, I'll throw in one more stipulation, just because we have to make it at least a little fun. Golroj will not touch Zephyr until he eliminates each of you.
So we'll take down Zephyr last.
He'll even refrain from things that would hit him. Perhaps use it to your strategy.
Zephyr, you stick to us like glue. No AoEs.
What are you talking about?
You are now melee, is what that means.
I can do plenty of AoEs. Fireball is very useful.
No, he's saying like he won't hit you with AoEs. So if
Oh.
you stick next to us, we can't get
Oh, I see.
AoEs.
Preferably.
Thought you were about me AoEing you.
No. Group up on Zephyr, yeah.
What do you think of my terms?
Obviously, you're hiding some parts of you in your words, but I seem pretty fine with it.
Inside cheek.
Go for it.
What are you trying to insight specifically?
You are inciting specific things. So you can't just say, I want to incite this
If
conversation.
he's being genuine, like he'll actually uphold his side of the bargain.
Okay.
I mean,
Effectively, you're just trying,
Do you not pull like?
you're trying to see if he's
just-
hiding something, effectively.
Yeah,
You're
or-
trying to feel like if there's something he hasn't said.
I mean, there's obviously.
or
something
if he's just gonna not uphold his bargain, even if it's like
Go
even
for
if he loses.
22.
22. You have no idea.
It's
This
good.
individual, you are convinced, is sketchy as hell. You have no idea what has been truthful and what is not.
At least Tiku's not on the table anymore.
Oh, you're still on the table. But I don't think you're gonna live through it anymore.
It's worth noting,
Razu.
as a quick clarification
This is
for you,
also
Michaela.
your seat.
Actually, hold up. Go ahead first.
What do you think? I think it
I
sounds
think
reasonable.
That's perfectly reasonable. And I think I'm gonna spend the entire night praying on my 5+ religion stuff.
Quick clarification for you, Kayla. When he said the deals and matters of your squabble can stay the same, technically Tiku's deal with the Minotaur would still be active.
But Tiku's gonna die apparently, so
I mean,
True.
it doesn't matter.
But just clarification, he's setting up different terms on this match that aren't even related to what's going to be upheld in Zinderhold.
I mean,
he
at
is
that
making
point-
you an offer effectively to you're going to fight Golroj, and if you lose, now you know he's going to kill all of you, he's going to keep Zephyr alive, and he's going to take Zephyr, and then he's going to help Zephyr unlock the cube.
Well, I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's we win, and we win, cool. Or we lose, and we're dead. That's just where it ends.
I mean,
The simplicity of life is a great thing to have.
Razu, isn't this why we came?
I think Garaz is
For
going.
death? I wasn't ready to fight Jesus.
Have you looked in the city?
I don't know if he's Jesus. It's more like Thor or Satan.
Satine.
Oh,
Susie, I'm home.
Herb, how do you feel about this? I know we've kind of just dragged you into our mess.
Well, I figure, why the hell not?
I mean, Herb's on board.
At least I'm pretty sure if we lose this and Zephyr goes to him, the campaign's over. We'll just have a post narration of what happens.
So here's what our characters were all about. They're all dead now. But,
The kid went into the hands of the god that
Razu,
literally Zephyr's been going against this whole
ultimately,
time.
I'm okay with the terms as is, as long as you're okay with it. It's your seat.
I mean, sounds like the most fair that we're gonna get it. So, sure.
And we're getting everyone back.
Anyone that I can free.
Anyone that you took.
Of course.
And you can't take them again.
Fair enough.
They're off limits.
Alive.
Also apparent.
Wait.
I think that's what we got.
Yeah, I think that's all we got.
Wait, I got another one. You will then either.
I feel like we gotta get a lawyer involved here.
With senses and limbs intact.
Hey, Herb,
I like
you know a good
Elise.
lawyer.
I like
And then-
Lucy's
Oh yeah,
with senses
no.
and
We
limbs
should ask
intact.
Segue.
I like Elise's with senses and
who's
limbs
Segway?
intact.
I appreciate that you said senses.
That's because last time they made a census of a whole village.
Yeah, I know. That's
go
what I'm
out.
saying. Jasmine's paying attention. Makes me happy.
So, and then after that, you will either assist us with the bringing back of entropy, or you will stand down.
Ooh. That's actually a good one.
Or I won't kill you. In your words to him. That said, I do love a good game. I would even be willing to help.
Bam. Sign the contract.
Okay.
Mic drop.
You are all in agreement.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
Let's go. Let's go.
How many do you wish to fight? You may have as many as you wish. Our number will not change.
Sounds like,
Although I believe your game is limited to 10, based on your rules.
Should we bring it a full 10?
so, we got a 6. We
can try at least 7.
Call up Dalaran, he needs to find ASAP.
I don't think we bring in the prince of a kingdom. We'll downfall the whole kingdom if he dies.
Well, I could bring my wyvern, I guess.
Dalaran.
Hi.
So I don't. You weren't part of the Zoprakar arc, but just so you know, Dalaran actually renounced his right to the throne.
Oh.
And became the captain of the guard. So it would be losing the captain of the guard.
Okay, that's not as bad.
But-
You can bring Dalaran if you want.
So,
He's
and
just
then-
gonna be
Not
cannon fodder though.
Yo. Can we bring the giant?
What giant?
Friend?
Friend?
No.
He's a god. I don't think he counts.
No. The freaking, the smith.
Oh!
That guy! Isn't he locked up, though? Like,
Not
can't he
anymore. That was
Can we
part
get
of that
back
was
to
a
you on
side effect of
number?
what we did.
We'll even leave it open. You can have up to 10 join you in this fight.
We'll have to figure them out. We gotta contact some people and see if they'd be up for it.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we'll just casually call them up and tell them we're just gonna go fight a champion and in a death game
Yeah, totally.
for the fate of the universe.
For the face of the universe. It's fine.
A pact to be made. Z holds out his hand. It almost looks like a fire, like a small, think like you're lighting a lighter. Fire seems to appear red, but more violent. This is very clearly not fire, as he almost has a little ball of electricity that violently seems to be shooting out in many different directions.
Head shake.
And as he kind of like opens his hand forward, this ball of lightning flies towards you.
No. Never mind.
He spawns another in his other hand, and he says, "May the best team win." And he eats it.
Okay, I guess I do the same.
As soon as Zephyr
You
eats
just
it,
ate a god flame of your worst enemy without even insight checking it.
as soon as Zephyr eats it, you watch as almost like his veins, you can suddenly see highlighted like a red pulse just from his mouth, just and seems to just go through him. His hair immediately has multiple strains of red that seem to blot into what was before a whiter, almost light blue hair.
He's been
now,
tainted.
now stringed with red.
Zephyr, you still in there?
Yes, I'm still in here.
You're not gonna go berserk on this?
It's my power anyways.
Maybe. And at this point, the individual...
I weirdly like Talus a little bit.
the,
Just throwing that out there.
the hair seems to almost just pull back into the head. The individual goes back to the more so almost bulbous, malformed human. The more you look at him as he transforms back, you realize that not only his ears slightly deformed, the right socket of his eye is slightly dented in. There are cuts on portions of his, or not cuts, but stretch marks at some limbs, likely from him changing forms, as you start to get more and more a visual of whatever this humanoid creature is.
Oh, it's 100% changing.
As that individual...
But by the way, do you have a name?
So funnily enough, as he comes back to consciousness, the individual slouches and falls unconscious. Almost in response to that, both the Minotaur and Centaur both kind of wake up. Minotaur pushing up, blood and slobber kind of mixed in, stringing from his mouth. As he stands up and looks around. Well, you made this a lot less fun. Seems, as he thinks to him, it seems like he's pondering, or more so like someone's talking to him. He goes, seems we have new terms to our fight.
We do?
Huh. He looks at the centaur. The centaur actually, despite having woke up, hasn't actually stood up. Her hands are clasped, or her head is clasped in her hands.
I hope you understand what you got caught up in.
She looks up to you and she goes, I didn't until now. Perhaps we had this coming to us the whole time. The Minotaur just, you're a baby. It doesn't matter if they lose. And he kind of like pushes himself up. He staggers to his feet. And as he staggers to his feet, you notice that there are points on his body, like his joints. His limbs almost look like they sound like they're creaking. There are parts where his joints connect. They seem to have blood that is spurred. There's almost like veins that look like, or blood vessels that have burst in different parts across his body. It was likely when he had frozen, and you saw almost like that pulse through his face as he effectively starts to limp towards the painting on the wall that you guys had entered from. And he says, well, can't say I'll miss ya. As he exits, Centaur standing up, she actually walks over and she picks up and kind of cradles the humanoid individual, and looks at, and as she does, she almost like brushes the hair out of the little bit that's kind of fallen in front of his face. She brushes it out of his face and goes, a cruel fate this boy has. Good luck. I don't intend to die without a fight. And she also trots out of the room.
Was that Till that she had? No.
No, she picked up the human. Till, being the last one in the room with all of you, still unconscious on the floor. They did not seem to bring him with them. What do you wish to do?
I don't even think it matters anymore.
Tiku's gonna go splash water on his face.
Okay.
Actually, alcohol.
I was gonna say there's actually drinking here, but you just splash it on his face. It's still very much so enough to wake him up as he inhales some of it through his nose, and he immediately just, oh God, it burns. Oh God.
Oh, there. It'll pass. Don't
He's
worry.
like immediate tears just like flowing from his eyes.
Okay.
As he,
I pat him on the back.
What were you thinking, you idiot?
Shake him.
you're shaking him
He's
and
like tiny, like 2 foot, 2.5.
He's not your size.
No, he's a freaking high elf. I'm 2.5 feet.
Yeah, but he's also a kid.
he's a teenager.
teenager.
He's about 4.5 feet tall. He's not. Elves mature at a slower rate.
Okay,
as
so
well.
he's not that much higher though.
Yeah, but you're still violently
I'm
shaking
over
him.
top of him, though.
Yeah.
He seems to almost be blinded by the alcohol that's in his eyes. You just splashed a strong alcohol into his eyes and it's gotten in his nose. So I'm sorry. And as he kind of like starts to settle down and come back to himself after being woken up in what was a very unpleasant way, says, my mother, she's still alive. The horse, the centaur, she knows where she is. She said she would help me free her.
Oh, don't worry. If we win, you'll get your mom back.
If we lose, it won't matter.
He kind of seems a bit confused by it. He says,
Don't listen to him.
I mean-
He's just a sourpuss.
Well,
I hope
good
you all
news.
do live, but it's just a seat to be lost.
Oh, good news.
Me and Cram will be all right. That's why I
right.
wasn't too worried about it.
That's right. It's
Keep that in
just a
mind.
seat that's gonna be lost. That's right.
He's gonna actually try and insight check you guys.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if they get
Doesn't matter.
The,
You got a 5. Is he?
even if they get the cube, it's gonna be millennia before it matters for him.
Maybe.
I think it's
You weren't
just gonna
listening to the
jumpstart
terms there,
war.
were you?
Zephyr's
Yeah,
gonna
we all die.
Zephyr's gonna
and
complete this
Zephyr's.
one
Yeah, and
another.
then Zephyr's super villain arcs, and then he destroys the world.
I guess that might happen. That's fair.
Okay, so with that, as you have now woken him up and kind of like wiping the tears from his face, he goes, I'm sorry, I wish you the best of luck. I do hope you win. I hope that I'm not chosen to fight in this fight, but for now,
Oh, you won't.
I do have a role to play.
Oh, if we win, you get to be free, and you get your mother back. In fact, almost anything you want out of them.
Well, I hope you win then. Good luck. As Till runs after them, seemingly hopeful for the future.
Yes. Future.
All right, I think we should get going.
I think we negotiated it down to better terms than it was.
Yeah, fighting like potentially 3 champions.
3
is like-
champions? Oh, God.
It's like I'll walk from that.
I agree with you, Elise.
I just walk downstairs.
Tico is feeling.
Do you guys just want to head back to the front room?
A painting, going back to the front room.
Let's start walking out.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna walk out yet.
I'm going to go to
As
our
soon as you
fanboy.
exit, all the paintings are blank. In fact, not only are they blank, they seem ripped.
Ripped.
That's a good sign. Surely.
I think someone is trying to get in.
So I go up to the front room.
Okay, as you go to the front room, and you go to try the door, there's no handle. The runes are not lit.
Knock, knock. A call. Open door.
I believe the magic's gone from this place.
Shit. You was a real one.
Who is the real one?
A call.
Oh.
Fanboy, the Cubix Ascenders. It was good.
I don't think he's dead.
Yo,
Go ahead and so continue to go around. Go ahead and make a
Yo,
Arcana check
use the knock
as
spell.
Kane wants to try and activate the runes. He has a plus 1.
Does he have +1? Isn't he a caster? Freaking. Okay.
He's a wisdom-based caster.
Right,
He's a
well.
druid.
It's a 4, so 5 total.
Kane, as he starts to inspect the runes, he is able to determine that these aren't normal arcane runes. Not quite sure what happened here, but I don't necessarily think they're
Plus 14.
inactive or destroyed. Like they lost their magic, like you said, Zephyr.
You said +14? Oh. I don't know.
Is it plus 14? I clicked on Gurgle.
That makes more sense. Okay. I was like, how the heck?
Sorry about that. I clicked on the wrong character.
So it was 19 total.
Yes. Okay. Still unable to activate them, but he gets a little bit more info then. These are... I don't know the spell to activate these, but the good news is I don't believe this area has lost its magic. I think that it's just currently... And he actually gets interrupted. He says, it's currently on hold, as what appears to be a large Goliath almost stumbles through one of the paintings.
Holy wait, who's that?
He
Is it Kogal?
kind of like almost slouched over, stands up and looks to you, and this is not Kogal, this is Agal, though. As he kinda-
have changed.
he stands up, and as he stands up and looks at you, you can see a burn mark down the side of his face that very much so looks like he almost got hit in the face with lightning, and it is streaked down the side of his face, down to the right side of his chest. You can now more clearly see the runes that are all amongst this individual's body, which are very much so arcane in nature. These aren't like Goliath tattoos. They are very much so runes that have been not painted on, but carved into his flesh.
So,
Herb, he needs some help.
who came to say hi?
Let's see. Almost kind of smiling, trying to get back to that smile he had from before, and he says, one that I did not expect. His voice notably different from before, his intonation being off, sounding different and also raspy at the same time. He says, don't worry. They didn't make it to the front. It is...
I cast Cure Wounds.
I was like, come on, Herb.
As you go to try and cast Cure Wounds, magic doesn't seem to be working. In a similar fashion, Kane tries to utilize his magic. Also does not seem to be... Kane's magic does not seem to be effective specifically.
I was about to be like, wait.
As you give him the potion, he looks at it and he goes, you'll likely need this, my friend. His voice seems to almost start to be going back to normal.
I don't even have enough bonus action economy, okay? Take a potion.
He nods and he drinks it, and you watch as like the burn gets a little bit more subtle, but this is definitely likely going to be a long-lasting scar.
Tiku hands her one of
For
her
now.
ones as well.
I'll be all right. For now, I must insist. I'll bring back the cubic sword soon, but...
And he holds his hand out to the painting in front of him.
Insight check. Who is this human? He is not.
That's not how insight checks work.
I want to know who he is.
Would that be more of an investigation?
Is he
Determining the contents of
who
his
he say
pockets.
he is?
It's very clear that this man is more than what he says he is, but you
check his
also
wallet.
have
Does he have
gotten
an ID?
no inclination that he has lied.
Well, true.
As he reaches forward and he places his hand on the painting, as your attention gets drawn to it, you see the painting of a familiar inn.
Arden?
Indeed.
We walk in.
Bloody Goblet, as Zephyr walking past, he says,
I'll bring back the inn soon. I'm still your biggest fan.
Take care of that armor.
Are you a friend?
kind of like looks at you. And he says,
I'd love to be a friend.
Is he friend?
Oh, he's my homie, man.
Tiku's suspicious. In that moment, as you go to continue, as you continue to be ready to talk to him, is he kind of...
That was us.
That was loud. Apologies. I hope that didn't go through that loud. As he waves his hand, the painting not only seemingly acting as a gateway, it seems to instead almost act as a vortex. As Tiku getting ready to ask her next question, you guys all find yourselves and pulled in. Those of you that did not enter willingly, instead of walking through, instead are violently thrust through this painting, landing onto the ground. In varying states, some of you are able to kind of catch yourself, you being a little bit more athletic or acrobatic, especially for you. You're able to kind of like catch yourself and push yoururself up, but for some of you, such as for like yourself, or being a little bit less, you just kind of end up on your back as you guys are all thrust out onto the street.
As they're coming out, I'm like writing on a piece of paper.
Do I still have my nachos?
As you look down, unfortunately, the plate is no longer with you.
Well, we didn't pay for them anyways.
I send a paper bird out.
Okay.
Oh, is that to kill Mia?
No, that was the Kogal.
I don't know who that is.
Should watch. Have you not been in this city?
Well, I've been stoned most of the time.
Okay, that makes sense. Champion of Bane, first seat, ring a bell.
The seat thing.
I just wrote
Strongest
on
champion
it.
in the world.
You should watch the 13th to was this seat 14 to 13 match.
The 13th challenge round
13th challenge,
is what it
whatever
would be
you wanna call
called.
it, yeah.
So it would be by whatever the seat it is, challenge round because they've
Okay.
been
The
challenged.
13th challenge round.
You write the paper bird, you explain who Kogal is, and you send it. Paper bird kind of flies up and lands about 10 feet from you as you look over to see
Interesting.
another massive individual. This
Oh my
individual being
God.
about 9 feet tall.
I thought you said you
Hey.
wasn't going to tell anyone.
Hey, isn't that your paper bird?
This individual also very clearly a Goliath.
Well, we already win, right? Because he can't keep his end of the bargain.
Hey!
A couple of things you
I'm
notice
pretty sure it
around
was
him.
friend who told him.
There a couple things you notice. One, you didn't notice immediately. It's quiet. As you kind of like look over and you see the paper bird fly over, you immediately understanding the implication, but also noticing everyone around seems frozen in place. Not like in time,
God.
like sweating, seemingly stopped, like they can't move.
They're just like frozen
They're
in
in
fear.
terror.
Yes. In that same moment, each of you need to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh,
That's great. I suck
charisma.
at those.
It's a DC 23.
There's no possible way for me to. Oh, wait, I got. No, there's no possible way for me.
I don't think there's a possible way for me
Is
either.
this a magic? No, it's not. It's not a magic item. Fucking damn it.
13?
13. It's a failure.
I got a dirty 11.
Someone go ahead and roll for Kane as well. Kane has.
Oh, I just rolled a 3.
Kane failed. What did we get, Tiku?
Sorry, John.
I literally can't. And my max roll is 19. 16.
16.
18.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty hard. That's a like really hard check to make.
Okay, as you kind of like look over Zephyr, the paper bird landing much sooner than you thought. You find yourself looking over and almost like a pulse as you notice who would be standing there. You suddenly can't move, and kind of similar to what you had experienced, Razu, where it's like you just died, but rather than you just died, you have a firm understanding that whatever has caused this, you are confident could kill you. Not necessarily in an instant.
Because I've seen Kogal before. In fact, he's punched me.
He has punched you. Mm-hmm. I would say that you could drop to a knee for him as this wave hits you, Razu, a familiar feeling from what you guys have coined as the death games. You just kind of immediately drop to a knee, not even able to turn to look at him, but just dropping to your knee. As he steps forward, Kogal, a little bit different from when you had seen him before, now seems to have 4 arms. If he had the other 2 before, he must have not been showing them. Has 4 arms. His skin seems to be, it quite literally looks like it's made of bronze, rather than the almost gray skin you had seen from before. He has a weapon in both of his lower hands, as well. His his 2 lower hands are both clasping weapons. One seems to be a greatsword. One seems to be a something 2-handed axe, battle axe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the other is a battle axe.
Or
the other
great
2
axe,
hands are
right,
kind of like his fist is in his hand, like he's walking forward, ready for a fight. And then he seems a little bit disappointed after he sees all of you. He's like, He puts the 2 weapons kind of clasped on his back as you see again what is a Goliath adorned with very clearly dozens of magic items. There are bracelets and chains that hang from him that even those of you not as arcane in nature can very clearly tell have magical affinities as they glow in varying colors, mainly to greens, blues, and browns. It's a bit of an off-colored, or they don't seem to mix that well. As soon as he kind of disappointedly drops the weapons and kind of puts them on his back with what is a plethora of other weapons, a bow, a javelin, the aura seems to stop to where you guys can move. It was only for a moment. What's up?
I was just going to say, during this time, Zephyr's kind of more embracing the feeling and trying to understand how it feels, because he knows what's coming next. Like, that he's going to have to deal with similar, probably lesser degrees of this.
Okay.
So he's trying to, like...
Make a So this is going to be
aura training. He's trying to do some aura training.
Effectively, yes. For the sake of this, I'm going to say history check. Because rather than recalling, you're effectively trying to remember. You're trying to almost like store this memory so that you can recall it later, so you can interact with it. So go ahead and make a history check. In order to do what you're intending on doing, which is get a bit of a feel for this, I'm going to give this a DC of 15.
Well, that is a 21.
Very nice. As you find yourself frozen, almost a little bit in like frustration and realization that this is a potential that you could encounter, you make note of this paralyzing, not quite fear, but almost understanding of death, of the imminent potential of death, that is. While you don't quite understand how it works, it's now a feeling that you will not soon forget. With that, as that feeling ends on all of you, who is very clearly to you, Razu, Kogal, walks over to you guys, inspecting each of you, goes, I hear we had company. Yes?
Yep. Most definitely.
Tiku stands behind Razu.
I would.
And tell me,
Around?
who has graced my arena today?
Talos?
Mostly. Maybe a few others. We don't know.
And is he here? As he looks around, broadly smiling, almost like scanning the crowd, a few of the people that he seems to look at directly just immediately seem to lose consciousness and collapse to the floor. He looks around, seemingly disappointed at each person he looks at.
Not anymore.
No, Great Kogal.
The smile immediately fades and goes to a frown.
But his champion will be during our match.
Goroj will come. And you intend to fight him?
Yes.
Party, yes.
He looks around to each of you, and as he looks at you, he pauses for a moment. He says,
You're the bird. And the kobold.
Yeah?
You live.
Yeah.
I've made a great choice sparing you that day. If you wish to fight Golrose, you must be far more powerful than what I remember.
No.
He seems a little confused by it. He goes,
Why do you challenge Golrose then? He'll kill you.
Yes.
And you choose to fight him anyway.
Yes.
Amazing.
That's called courage.
Agreed.
Or stupidity.
A valor becoming of one I would like to call friend in the future. Should you win, tonight I will dine with you.
as he looks towards the inn, and he just walks towards the inn door, kind of like leans down a little bit.
She's gonna freak
opens
out.
the door. As soon as he opens the door, you hear like almost like a squeak, like it's going to a yell, and then it stops. Likely in that same kind of paralyzation, as he looks and goes,
Can one of you cook, though? I don't think she'll be able to move much this evening.
Tiku can cook for you.
Wonderful, wonderful, Tiku. We may be friends yet. Come, we must eat. We must have a meal. I must celebrate with you. When is your fight? Tell me the details.
as he kind of moves into the inn, seemingly ushering for you to come and join him.
So the details we give, just saying, we're going to leave out the cube as part of it.
Okay.
We'll just say we had something that they really wanted, but we're not going to really disclose what that is exactly. Just say it's an item.
Okay.
And then everything else we can pretty much just say.
Tiku's gonna take out her best food.
We'll even explain the 14th seat and what shady shit they were doing. Just
Okay.
Just to drag their name through the mud a little bit while we're at it.
All right. Okay, and then what is your best food, Tiku? What do you want to make Kogal, who is seemingly taking an interest
If you
in
mess up, he might, kill you.
Sleep well. I'll probably kill you in the morning.
Kill you in the morning. That's exactly how I feel.
Well, at least
What does a panicking Tiku make? Or best of the best?
She's gonna pull out her last 2 snake eggs. She's gonna make lots of spicy food with like lava slime and fire nuts and fire salamanders and land sharks. All the meats.
It's like we're doing like a 5.
We're doing like a 5-course, like spicy meats, like what is that restaurant you like? Co's. We're doing a Co's kind of thing.
Okay, go ahead. Go to make your cooking check. Kane, upon seeing that Cram is very much so frozen in place and does not seem to be able to move, moves to go and help her move to the back room where she can rest. Or no, the top room, as you did actually have her move into a new room.
You monster.
I can't believe myself.
As Kane would help Cram to the second floor into a room. Worth noting for Kane, as he would be able to reiterate this, even when moved into the room, she does not regain herself. She's conscious for a time, before after a few minutes falling asleep, just seemingly not being able to move. And in that time, as you guys start to tell Kogal the details of what you're doing, actually, first off, before he actually starts to talk, because how he interacts is actually going to depend on how good your food is. What'd you get?
Which dice is the good dice right now? I'm really feeling that lack of inspiration in the moment.
I cast Bardic Inspiration on you.
Ooh, I'll take it. What is that, a D12? D8 right now?
No, it's a D6 actually. It's the whole part.
You're only a level 1 bard.
How does Razu inspire?
I pull out my bird pipes. And
Bird
just play.
pipes? Are you playing through hollowed bird bones?
No, bird pipes are, that little...
Would have been so much cooler if you just said yes.
You mean a pan
It
flute?
does make sense. It's actually called bird pipes. It's an actual instrument.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to believe you. As Razu inspires you, TQ, you get a little bit of extra.
Can I
It's pretty much
tactical
a pan
mind
flute.
myself?
It's really
Tactical mind is
close.
only, again,
If I
if you're going to fail a
fail,
check.
but
This
you
check
can't
can't
fail.
be failed. This is how good do you do?
22.
Is
22.
bird flute one word or two?
What'd you roll?
That is
Oh,
what it
10.
is.
Bird pipe. Sorry.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen...
I'm going to have you use my inspiration.
It's really close to a pan
I
flute,
can
though.
never-
Here you go. This is bird pipes.
The number that you need to hit in order for this would be a
What?
25.
Bird pipes?
actually.
Oh.
Bird pipes. Anyway. I would start
rolled a
playing
5.
bird pipes.
I tried.
I tried. It's 22. It's so close. If you give me...
Well, that's
if you
my
give me
inspiration
guidance.
for a 5.
Ah!
Unfortunate. Okay.
These are called pan flutes.
22 is still pretty good.
22 is still pretty good. As Tiku is bringing out these meals,
Wait, I failed.
I know.
it's not a
I'm
failure
gonna
though.
ask what's the difference between bird flutes?
You said
or
I
bird
failed,
pipes and
though.
pan flutes?
No, you just didn't meet what is.
I can't use my second witness.
No, the answer's no. Unfortunately, again, this isn't a failed check. This is just to see how well you did. I wanted to help out a little bit, just because of how this is gonna affect it, but. It's okay. You broached the 20 tier.
You didn't nat one. That was great.
True. as you tell him the
Tico's too nervous.
Not necessarily the details, but as you give him an overview of the fight, kind of what you're looking at, and the nefarious goings on of the 14th seat, you kind of finish up and goes, eating the food. He says, for the 14th seat. Perhaps win or lose, I might have to look into that.
Oh my!
You know what would be fun? No, I can't do that.
Bird pipes is a fictional instrument, a fictional name for pan pipes. Yeah,
Chill. Have it lightly off the mics. For you, Tiku, as he seems to almost be sad about it. He eats some of your food and he goes, delicious. You are a great cook. You must join me. Perhaps after your fight, I must take you to the top and show you the finest things that Cinderhold truly has to offer. I'll show you the best cooking meats, materials. Those can, and he kind of like, one of his arms kind of hitting one of his biceps. And I'll show you what can be used for growth, make you strong, make you worthy of a fight. Yes. Now, the details of your game are inconsequential. Worry not, I am most interested in this result. Now, if you lose, I must ask you, do you wish to serve this Talos, Zephyr?
No. I do not wish to serve
Wonderful.
him.
If you lose, I'll kill you both. Now, if you win, though, this is where I think it could get a little bit interesting. I think the games have gotten boring. You see, no one has even challenged me, and he seems like exceptionally disappointed. It's been decades. Decades too long. And I am most interested in this group of potential upstarts. So when you win, and you will win, I want you to join me at the top. And I don't just mean the top floor. I wish for you to rank up. Take the seats. I will make the necessary arrangements to ensure they accept your challenges.
So you want us to go to number 2?
Yes.
Yes,
He wants us to
Coco.
fight for number 1.
Yes, Master Coco.
We are fine.
As you say that, his smile again deepens broad. He says, you understand. One thing that's worth noting, even to you, it's pretty obvious that he seems to think that's what you want as well. It's the only thing that he seems to understand. He says, and to ensure that, I will help you. In fact, there is nothing in the rules that says that I can't. For example, he takes one of the chains off of his wrist and just kind of drops it on the table and he says, give gifts, maybe even sponsor what is upstart fighters.
He's trying to grab it. It's like 10 tons. You're like,
He just drops it in the crater, just blows a hole in the roof.
As you go to grab it,
It's a good thing Tiku's strong.
it's worth noting, he did just drop like a 300-pound chain on the table. For some reason, it did not seem to when he dropped it on the table, it didn't seem to damage the table. You didn't hear the table creak. But as you pick it up, you're like, as you pick up what is a heavy chain.
Can she do an athletic check? She's just like one arm casually picks it up.
I'd say so. I'll let you make an athletic check to see if it isn't a struggle. If Tiku is just like a brief stop of just powers through it.
What's the advantage for? Oh, that's strength.
For my horns, no.
Oh wait, is that strength?
It's just advantage because it's the horns.
Oh, okay.
Although I don't know if I'm gonna roll higher than that, but
I'm just curious.
Yep.
25.
25.
I ironically roll higher on my athletic checks than my cooking checks, but whatever.
You're actually able to. You're able to one-hand it. It's still a struggle. It's not like you just pick it up and move it. You're like kind of get a better grip to where you're not just holding the end of the chain. You kind of more so pick it up with your hand under it and just kind of. Tiku now has the chain. He smiles as you pick it up one-handed. He says, amazing. You will truly be worth the wait.
So,
This is just the
did
start.
baby say anything?
It's part of why I'm here. I was curious who he said had such potential. Said one with potential to kill me.
I didn't
So-
know about that.
Your fight is, you said, in a few days, maybe a week, yes?
Yep.
Amazing. The meal has been most excellent, Tiku.
But for now, then, I must prepare. And you must prepare too.
Yes,
I
sir.
expect a grand fight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He stands up at this point. He goes,
Now, best of luck to you.
As he just
and he
jumps
reaches out
to
and
the first
grabs
floor.
Razu. His hand going like over his shoulder and just clasps and picks you up.
As you just
And-
watch, Razu's just like chilling, and you just see like the skin by his beak just drop.
As he picks you up and he says,
Now, to show you his gift.
and turns and just fully picked Razu up, kind of like slouching
Razu
through
was
the
just
door.
kidnapped.
as he kind of like bends down, like not very obviously not paying that much attention to Razu.
Bye, Razu.
You just like your
we'll keep getting
head
it warm for you.
As he goes to the door, he just like hits your head on the side of the wall, but rather than like bumping it and like being
He just, like,
sorry,
pulls you
he-
through.
just straight through the wall, just in the stonework that is the frame around this door.
arch you through
Plus
it.
the damage.
Breaks through. You are going to take 34 points of bludgeoning damage, as both from the combination of him very clearly grabbing you probably a bit too powerfully, and then just almost in what was originally looked to be a bump, for those more perceptive, such as Kane as he comes back down, to be more so a friendly hello as he purposefully slams you through the wall and
thickest
drags
part of
you
the wall.
breaking the wall itself. He kind of turns around after the wall breaks and he goes, "Ah," and smiles in like a mischievous, he knows he did it kind of way. And he goes,
Apologies. That was my mistake.
I didn't pass
he
out
pulls
this
out
time.
just from his side. He pulls off a gemstone and grabs it, crushes it, and then almost like he's putting it onto the wall. And you watch as the stone just and seems to reform. Worth noting, it's not that it comes from the ground. It's almost as if the gemstone that he just broke and placed onto the wall seemed to repair it. And he goes,
Now, let us go.
and as Kogal, at this point, the two hands that are not holding you, he just, and as soon as he does, it's almost like a shockwave hits from where he's at and just, and Razu and Kogal are gone.
I kind of expect him to just jump out the side of the arena onto the floor and then jump to the top floor.
Woo! Razu training arc.
So
He's
now
gone.
that's over. I need to actually do my own practice for a bit.
Right.
Herb's gonna go up to his room. He's gonna practice for a bit too.
Chiku was feeling a lot better when Razu was here.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
so for the sake of this, I am going to go to Razu here in a moment.
Chiku was
But you
feeling
guys
a lot
now
better
have
before Razu was about to be trained by
a bit of
Nazi,
time.
who's gonna
Okay,
be the
what
weakest
was-
person.
So Zephyr wants to do. Actually.
Aura training? You need someone to train you for aura
Well,
training.
Well, no.
lost the
There's
camera?
there's two things.
I think Kayla already fixed it.
But I think the big, you know what? I'm probably gonna have to spend the week on it. Never mind. Okay, so. Okay, so I want to go back to the sword, cubic sword,
Quick sword.
cubic sword. Yeah, I want to go back there. Is it functioning at all?
As you make your way down to the bottom floor and look to where the cubic sword was, where you kind of
Yeah.
had that
Okay,
front
we
into the
said
T.
was okay.
There is now instead what appears to be just a wall. The portion that had come out to almost represent that first part of it has now seemingly disappeared. The wall is now made out of that same material of the rest of Zinderholt, sorry. It's just stone, metal, and cobblestone. Whatever that metallic substance that made this up, or whatever it was, seems to be gone. No trace of it left. In fact, even as you kind of ask a couple people, Razu not being with you, now people no longer giving you a very wide berth, they don't even seem to know what you're talking about. Even some individuals you know you saw inside gambling.
I send another paper bird. Send another paper bird to
A
Kogal.
goal?
I need a training room. A really good one.
BS from Zephyr.
Spawns
people
you
may
into
get
a pool
hurt.
of lava. Train yourself.
AKA, what Zephyr wants to do, he wants to try. So the initial intent was to try to to try to use one of the painting rooms as it, because what he wants to do is he wants to play around with tapping into that
The god power?
the god power, like tap into that red lightning,
Okay.
but a little more covert and without, because I'm sure
Collateral damage?
Zephyr's gonna blow up a lot of shit in the process.
I mean, couldn't
That's
you
what he's gonna do
just-
for the week.
Couldn't you just be like out of the city?
Training
in
montage.
Empty fields of death and bones.
Yeah, but Talos is looking, and it feels awkward when he stares at me.
For what those worth, those are either called the Pits of the Pits of Annihilation, or the Barrens. It would be the slang.
I just don't like
The
it
areas.
when Talos looks at me in the shower. Okay.
Okay, so that's what he's wanting to do. And again, you guys have a little bit of time. You have a week.
I'm sure freaking Kogal trains somewhere where he doesn't blow up half the city.
Maybe he'll train with you.
What are you doing, Tiku? I know what he's doing. He doesn't have an option.
My second thing
see,
was to actually also even train with Kogal and potentially Razu in the process too.
Effectively for you,
Because the benefit to me training with Razu, if I'm tapping into that lightning, it's at least going to be closer to what he's going to be dealing with as well. So
effectively after you send the paper bird, a little bit later that day, Kogal would come and collect you.
he just comes fixing me up too.
Quite literally.
Bonk.
What are you doing, Tiku?
Tiku just like sits in the room for a bit after they leave. She stays at the table
Just starts.
and then starts grabbing the food off the table
Where-
and eating more.
Razu, we're just having a freaking Goku Vegeta training arc.
Yeah. You got the blue and the
1,000-person
blue and the red. We got what's going on.
Bro's just gonna give me 6 300-pound chains. Now walk around Zinderhold 6 times in the next hour.
We're like 3/4 of the fight, and you're like, fine, I guess it's time to take these off.
What are you doing, Tiku? You take some
Tiku's gonna
time.
have Zephyr identify the chain that she stole
Before,
before he leaves,
before he takes off of me.
and then
You mark a door for Packer?
I don't know. I might have it now. I don't know. I'd have to look to see if I actually have the mark yet. Do we have the mark yet? Probably.
Because I did the one on Kill Me a Ship, right?
Yeah, when was the last time Tiku did a mark?
You did it. Well, it was coming a ship, I think.
No, Kill Me a Ship was the first mark.
It was,
I
it was
still
not.
have one, but I'm gone, so.
2 weeks of travel. I don't remember exactly if this. I may be wrong. Apologies if I am. I'm going to say you have it.
I'm like, I don't know if I have.
I'm going to say it's been a month.
Let's assume it's been a month, I guess.
Herb's gonna just be here, like, just smoking away. Freaking.
Tiku's gonna go up into one of the rooms that she's staying with somebody else. I'm assuming the second room, and she's gonna mark her closet door and crawl into the Packers area, and tell the Packer that she needs a good meal.
One might say a god juice meal. You might need some god juice.
And then Tiku's gonna unload
So
that she's about to die.
4. Oh,
She needs comfort food,
Okay.
cause Tiku's been put up for auction. Everybody wants Tiku's food, and then it got crazy, and then Zephyr went even crazier, and now we're fighting a god.
This,
a god candidate.
this time
He
interacting.
killed me once already.
This time interacting with the Packer, he is again seems to be. This actually is one of the first times you've come in here, and it's a familiar sight, as you seem to be in that cabin up in the mountains again. Snow outside, although there's not an
Tiku gets
individual
some-
who has collapsed into the snow this time.
Tiku gets some like chocolate and sits in front of the fire for a while too.
As you tell this story to the Packer, and he actually seems quite interested in it, and as you kind of explain the details, you kind of finish. Yes. This does call for a splendid meal.
Yes.
The Packer's gonna make you a special lunch.
He made you a bento.
Okay, so
Right before the fight.
A bento box.
this Tiku's gonna spend the week communing with the Packer
In a depression.
in a state of we're gonna die.
Tiku's not having first time. Why is Tiku here?
It's fine.
Tiku wasn't even gonna fight, but then Tiku was gonna fight.
And then Tiku was gonna be enslaved if I lost, and then
The food he makes you by the way, he seems to, you've kind of already learned this about him. The Packer almost exclusively makes like potlucks and soups and things of that nature. Specifically, he would have made a potluck. The potluck itself being quite good. For you, it's new. It's not something that he's had you taste before. It's very refreshing, invigorating, even.
This is a new one. You never told me this one.
It's just special recipe. I'm doing gurgle. I suddenly can only think of gurgle for his accent. Why can I not remember the fact? We're just gonna stick to it for now.
You need a little more jackal in there.
I know. I just suddenly can't think of it. Well, this one is. You see, you guys have something bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say I want you to win too. Give some food to your friends as well.
Okay.
Towards the end of the week, he would actually,
Bento boxes for
give you,
everybody.
he would give you a pot of stew, specifically instructing you to eat it on the day of your fight.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to go cook all those bodies? They're so wasteful at this area. Last time I was here, I can't tell you how many people I cooked.
Perhaps afterwards.
They're so wasteful. All this meat. And it's in a desert. There's nothing else to eat.
apparently there's elk somewhere.
Okay. So for this, Tiku interacting with the Packer, you, for the two of you, how that actually would have happened. Kogal did not teleport. He did in fact move. He didn't go through a wall as he doesn't want to destroy Zinderhold. But he did run and effectively jumping over individuals. He took you to the top of the tower, or the top of the Colosseum, as it
He
is.
probably just hopped.
You didn't even get the chance to register the point 1. The only reason
I didn't see a frame.
the only reason you know that you didn't teleport is as he gets out, and then that happens for you or for them. No, you are puking your guts out on the floor as you've just experienced a whiplash, the likes of which you've never dealt with and would kill most normal people.
The G
As
forces involved.
not only do you immediately start to puke your guts out, you in this moment just kind of as soon as you finish puking, you look up
Damage.
and you realize your vision is going dark.
How much force damage did I take?
The answer is it knocked you out. You were not able to maintain consciousness through it. He was a little bit nicer with you. When he came to collect you, he actually instead would have simply taken you to one of the... each floor of Zinderhold has a teleportation room. Not that with teleportation circles, but simply that it'll take you up one floor. And you would have simply, effectively, almost taken an elevator via walking in and out of effectively small teleports that would send you up a floor and floor and
Button
floor and
spam?
floor.
You just be like, psh, psh.
No, you're actually walking between them. Each room has...
It's more like stairs.
Yeah, it's effectively like you're walking through stairs, but rather than going upstairs, you're instead like blink, 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 blink. Yes. It is worth noting.
Makes that sound effects too.
We're going through this a little bit quick because we're kind of splitting up. It is worth noting the only reason you're able to gain access to these is because you're with Kogal.
Oh yeah, no. For sure.
Excuse me. Also, something that's actually interesting to you: almost no one talks to Kogal. he'll say things to some people. He'll sometimes like issue orders, but Kogal seems to maintain this friendly, like almost wants to be your friend attitude with everyone, and everyone very clearly seems to be afraid of him.
By the way, the reputation we're getting by just like walking up the stairs right now,
The people that were by our inn that seen us talking to Kogal now are just like,
Who is this guy?
that's it, guys. We're moving. We're moving out. We can't live here anymore.
So, something I will note there, rumors of your group spread like wildfire through Zinderhold via a challenge match coming up, which would already be the talk of Zinderhold, mixed in with the fact that you seem to be interacting with Kogal. And
the initial part, they're like, oh, they just got the seat for some bullshit, and oh yeah,
from the stories in that inn, it was not for some bullshit.
Initially, it started off that way, and all of a sudden they're like, the fuck, they're doing what?
So as these stories start to spread like wildfire, I am going to talk a little bit about the two of you in a moment. But for you, Herb, how do you want to spend the week waiting for this match?
In dutiful contemplation and communion with nature and the Wild Mother.
Okay. Are you specifically asking for help, or are you simply effectively maintaining religious practice?
Maintaining religious practice and getting.
Okay.
Getting your ass.
Herb is spending a wonderful week making sure he's living to the fullest.
Before he dies.
I'm going to have to discuss with Paul what Gurgle's doing.
It's great. The Wild Mother sent you here to commit suicide.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to help these guys, and they're gonna. Boy, I'm gonna help them move on, I guess.
I will bring them to meet you.
I mean, thanks, Wild Mother. This has been great.
Another thing that you guys would need to decide on. I'll let you guys think about this going into next week, but just kind of keep this into mind. In terms of who you want to bring into the fight, you can have up to 10 people. So you can have the 6 of you, plus you can have 4 allies that you can potentially bring into this.
Well, I mean, Kilmia's gonna be one.
If she's willing.
She's super down for it. I'm not even questioning that. There's no way she says no to it.
Yeah.
There's
no
potential she's not close. Wait, no, she's with Sokka. And she's been.
She's literally hunting
top
something right now. So
yeah, but on top of that too, she'd be like, we just tell her the day, and she's like, oh sure, I'll show up real quick and we'll punch some things.
It's like show up for the fight, leave.
Yeah.
But
I guess she has Saga. She has a human teleporter too, so that's nice.
Quick note, because I realized after reading chat that I forgot to actually say this. You said that you had Zephyr identify the chains.
Oh, yeah.
The chains are the chains of binding. Extremely hard to use, as again, they are extremely heavy, requiring a strength check of 20 to throw. However, upon throwing this chain and hitting someone, you will ensnare them, and it is a DC 25 to break out of the chains. Athletics on both accounts.
What's your plus 20?
Effectively, it is a ranged projectile that will immobilize. I'm trying to remember the status.
Restrain.
Yes. Yes. It is a thrown projectile that has a DC 20 to throw, and then assuming that it hits, it has a DC 25 to break out.
You ate your dough and now you're restrained?
No, if you fail the check, it restrains you. Effectively, upon pulling it out and trying to throw it, you're unsuccessful, and it ensnares you.
Does it require attunement?
It does not. It is simply a thrown magical item.
I think you can use it for strength training.
True. You guys come back into the room and Tika's just like, I tried to break out too many times and now I'm too sore. I can't get out.
Tika's probably like playing with the chain, like holding the chain that's for her life while she's in her depression state.
Okay. So, I have what each of you are doing. Think about what you're doing as well, John. I'm going to have to talk to you and Paul about what you guys are doing in this week.
So, one thing John wanted to do was he wanted the molten core. The core we got after
I assume you're talking about the core of the Jinn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you have it. That'd be up to you.
Sure. I'm not gonna hold back on anything here. It's like,
Yeah, let me hold back on the loot distribution. Cool. And I just invoke the wrath of God. Ugh.
Why is it making that noise? Cast to another screen. No, we don't need to cast to another screen. Sorry, my computer's making weird noises. All right. So he already sent that to me. And then I'll talk to Paul about what he's doing. So now, for what actually happens for you, Razu, upon waking up from this extremely fast movement.
Did I get a long rest?
Absolutely not.
You probably don't get a long rest this entire week.
How this actually
All
plays
short
out.
rest.
The top floor is you're kind of expecting like almost grandeur from what you've heard about Zinderhold from the top floor. But he seems to have taken you into an empty room. The walls completely made out of stone. A single door that leads out from this room.
I'm expecting the hyperbolic time chamber.
Kogal, as soon as you actually wake up, is currently currently leaning on one of the pillars in the room. Worth noting, because he only has 2 arms currently. The 4th arms are not currently showing. As soon as you wake up, you're awake. A bit quicker than I thought. Fantastic. Well, I received a letter from your friend. I'll be collecting him soon. But for now, your gift will be different.
What am I doing here?
Well,
I've been a little fast.
he walks over to you as you kind of like stand up and he says, I don't know if this is fortunate or unfortunate for you, but simply put, you're not staying. As he pulls out what appears to be a small goblin skull. Like shrunken, think like the shrunken heads that like you'll see that like pirates will have. It's like that size, but it's still very clearly goblin. As he holds it, he says, you see, you're going to see the boss. He places it, and he shatters it against your chest. As soon as he shatters it against your chest, you feel as that stone breaks, or sorry, that skull breaks. It does not like shatter against you, it shatters into you. You feel it as it punctures the skin quickly and almost instantaneously, finding its way into your bloodstream. And you can almost feel it as these small chunks of skull, of bone, quickly start to circulate through your body. In this moment, again, your eyes go red. You feel a familiar feeling of potential power and bloodlust. As you kind of in this moment, your eyes focus, and you get up, and there's water dripping from your face. But it's not water. It's thicker. Your eyes adjust, and you see what is blood just pouring off of your beak as you've now effectively pushed yourself out from a pool of blood. You kind of like start to look around. You look up from yourself, and you can just see bones protruding through the blood in many different, it just kind of almost like floating, in some case almost a small pile, goes on as far as you can see.
Just got domain expansion by Sakana.
As you continue to look around, you're kind of confused, and you end up, as soon as you turn around and look behind you, there's a chair, very much so fully made out of bone. Many different creatures kind of interwoven together and crushed into place to make what is a skull throne. The armrests having what appears to be specifically Kenku skulls. In fact, you see that in a lot of places there are bird skulls, not too unlike what you imagine your own to look like, that seem to adorn this chair. And you see what appears to be an ogre sitting in the chair. 4 arms, red-skinned, 2 large tusks that kind of come up past his upper lip. The 2 of the arms are on armrest. The other 2 are folded currently. Bald himself, and rather than having 2 eyes like a normal ogre, he has a 3rd on his forehead.
It's actually Sakana.
As he looks at you, he goes, "You made it.
I guess so.
Are you true to your ideals? Still do anything for that power?
Yes.
Wonderful."
Where even are we?
As he kind of holds his hand out, a goblet appears in it. He just kind of like leans over the side of the chair and scoops the blood, some of this ocean that you're in, and scoops it into the goblet and kind of spins it for a moment before drinking it.
We're in.
He looks out, and there's both seemingly. It almost seems like there's a pride and a sense of sadness.
Oh no, he's
in
going
what
to
he's
need
looking
the
at.
Cup of Heroes. Run!
As he looks about, he says,
We're in the wake of my adventure. But that matters not. If you are true to your ideals, I think we have a great relationship ahead of us.
"No." And as he gestures to you, you realize you also have a goblet in your hand.
Drink.
Up a cup?
You fill up a cup.
Taste some iron, I guess.
You assume you drink it then.
Surely.
He guzzle it.
Lush in minerals.
Okay, as you drink it, it's thick for sure. You have the taste of
gurgles it.
iron as well as. It's worth noting, you've actually fought enough things. You've gotten your own blood in your mouth. You've tested things that you might be able to experiment to know this is not an individual's blood. This is a mixture of many different kinds of blood that you're drinking. And in a similar fashion, as you drink this, and what normally would be, you feel it almost like going down your throat. You drink it and you have a piercing in your throat, in your mouth, almost down the esophagus, going down into the stomach, as this blood that you're drinking immediately seems to almost breach your throat, breach your mouth. It stabs through into your jaw, into the roof of your mouth, making its way quickly into your brain, almost like a bomb that has now exploded as you have drank it, as the blood and spreads throughout you. You can't quite understand why, but you can feel it almost merging with the blood vessels inside of you. Almost, again, in a weirdly supernatural way. Not only is it merging with the blood vessels inside you, but a certain potion, a potent power that gave you the abilities that you have from your father seem to merge with this as well. And then also as you drink it and that sensation drops you back to your knees, you cough, and a large, almost clump, a ball of what appears to be like black coated in red. It's almost like a bloody hairball. As you cough up whatever this is, it splashes into this ocean of blood. He goes,
Well, now it's time to show me.
and he gestures off. As you look in the direction that he is, you can see yourself standing not too far away. A little bit different though. He's got a lute. He's got what appears to be more fine clothing. Doesn't have a weapon as far as you can see. Instead has your you said bird flute? Sorry, right?
Bird pipes.
Bird pipes. He has the bird pipes kind of strung on his neck. Looking at you, he goes,
Well, I didn't think this is how I'd come back.
Who even are you?
Well, I am you, us, and you are me.
Because that makes sense. What are we doing here? Is this like some self-discovery bullshit?
Self-discovery.
this ogre dog, and he says,
You're showing me that you're willing to do anything.
Kill myself.
This is your past. This is your connection to your family. Sever it. Give up on them. Show me what you'll do for power.
I draw my weapon.
Okay. You draw your weapon.
Oh,
He kind of like
shit.
holds the loot. He says,
Well,
he actually walks towards you, getting in range of like a strike. He says,
This isn't exactly how I thought the story would end. But if it's what you want,
and he places the loot on his shirt.
good luck.
And he
You're not.
seems to stand in front of you.
You're not Squawk.
No. I am you. As you are me.
That doesn't even make sense. As I do a melee attack.
Okay. Clean as butter. Just sliced. Splits down in the middle. And you have a flicker. A memory. You were in almost a pod. You remember almost a cord being strung into you with something flowing from it. In this moment, as you kind of like look up, out in front of you being almost like white, you can't quite tell what's going on. You've got a headache. You look to your right and you see, again, you'll see you. You look down, you see yourself. And then standing over you, you see who you now very clearly remember to be Squawk. Is looking down, you can see there, Squawk seems to have tears that are rolling off of his beak. He goes,
I'm sorry, boys. I can only save one.
and the memory seems to fade.
What was that?
Ogre, broad smile across his face, and he says, "That."
Broad smile across his face.
Whoa, that's weird.
That was amazing. And the beginning of something spectacular.
That is actually where we're going to end for tonight. We're going to do what Zephyr is next week, based on what time it is.
Oh dear God. What did Razu do? He just killed his humanity.
His humanoid anatomy.
Okay.
His bird
So-
anatomy.
His bird anatomy. Whoa.
Whoa, just got really dark. Okay,
Yeah,
so with
that's
that,
what just
as
happened in
That
story.
is what's happening.
as
in this story.
events have played out, full admission, differently than I thought they would this week, we get to figure out next week how they're going to deal with what is now fighting Golroj in the games, the Cube of the Infinite now at stake, and Kogol seemingly almost not necessarily randomly, but unexpectedly thrown into the mix of things.
This is just a rematch, Hiram.
A long since rematch made from
It was real close last time.
very close.
Yeah,
Contextually,
totally,
they fought
totally.
Kogol at the very beginning of this campaign.
Oh, not just
And-
that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the.
Golroj as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, Golroj, who just murdered us like 10 sessions.
I mean, both fights were kind of the same. Golroj just destroyed the cliff. Kogol immediately punched a hole through someone and knocked out Razu. So, with
Razu
that,
just murdered himself.
to figure out the details of whatever it is Razu just did, to figure out what kind of training Zephyr's going to do, as well as to get confirmation on what Kane and Gurgle are going to do, tune in next week. But for now, we appreciate everyone who stayed, hung out. Appreciate both John and Jasmine, both of you guys staying by. Hope you guys all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next week. Bye.